Morning. You guys can hear me okay? Um, okay, let's take a look at a few stocks. Updated my GitHub. Travere's not been a good long, that's for sure. Management sucks. Should have stayed with the old management. I look rough? Sorry. What should I look like? Can still get your girl. Okay, somebody wanted me to look at Novo Nordisk. Let's take on this behemoth, okay? This giant. The Danish giant, the pride of Denmark, Novo fucking Nordisk. I feel like a WWE wrestler. Novo Nordisk. Boo. Responsible for half our GDP here in Denmark. Ooh, shut up. We make half the world's insulin. Hey, if anybody saw WWE Raw last night. What's up, Humphrey? Novo Nordisk is selling Greenland to Trump.
Order partially filled.
Alarity? It's a 30 million market cap, pretty low there.
Order partially filled. Order partially filled.
What's going on over here? I think I'm shorting Brigetti. I got to cover a little bit last night.
Order partially filled.
Pre-market, it just dipped for no reason, so I covered a little bit.
Order filled.
Praying it would go back up to get back in.
Order filled.
And it's gone up a little bit, so getting back in. I just covered a few thousand shares after it dipped inexplicably last night. All right. We're going to look at Novo Nordisk. Period, the end. Come up with a final decision on Novo. That's it. I'm not Kramer, man. I have to take my time. I wish I could go fast like him. He's got a big brain. I take a different strat. I go a little slower, but maybe more accurate. So, not saying anything bad about Jim, who I admire greatly. Okay, so yeah, Novo slipped from number 2 to AbbVie. AbbVie's now number 2. Biggest enterprise value drug companies. Novo slipped to number 3. J&J sitting at number 4. Merck at 5. Novartis at 6. Etc. Etc. So definitely should be a wake-up call for Novo. All right, the big question on Novo Nordisk is Ozempic IP. Ozempic is going to run out of patent soon. Okay, it's very important to understand that. Do you understand that? Good. Last quarter, well, last 4 quarters, Novo sold let's see here. Let's keep the exchange rate up somewhere here. Let's do 71763. And we'll just call this DKK over here. I always never use this feature of Excel, but you can make a label. So anyway, we could do equals sum these divided by DKK. 28 billion in revenue, trailing 12 months for mostly semaglutide. Okay, so you got 28 billion in revenue that could go generic. But how do generics make all this stuff? And I mean, this accounts for a lot of Novo's valuation, right? It's how much of that is their revenue. Yeah, I was an organ Novo bear a long time ago when they were doing 3D printing, organ printing. Okay, so here, that's 270. So yeah, so it's 37 billion in trailing 12 months revenue, US dollars. So 27 out of 41, it's like 3/4 almost of revenue is semaglutide. So, and semaglutide was invented a long time ago. Now, that was your first short, William? Is that what you said? Or it was your first stock as a long? Oh, that's funny. Martina.ai. I like it. So we're focused on Novo Nordisk right now, okay? Can you guys focus for a minute? This is very important. It's one of the biggest companies in the world. Focus, focus, you ADHD adult fools. So gross margin's 85%, which means gross margin for Ozempic is, I'm gonna head in the office soon. I was in the office till midnight last night, so. Okay, here's what I want you to think about, okay? Ozempic patent is expired. Or it's expiring extremely soon. They have 27 billion in revenue going out the door, okay? 27 billion that could go out the door. But here's the way I want you to think about this. This is a really interesting way to look at it. Look, all the stuff in the pipeline doesn't fucking matter. There's no way they're going to replace 27 billion of revenue, right? So the question is, how fast can generics make $27 billion of product? It's very hard to make Ozempic, or is it? So let's look at that. Because generics don't care how big a drug is. When the patent's gone, the drug's gone. That's how it works, right? And Ozempic isn't special. That's just medicine. Gross margin for the whole business was 85, but it was lower before. It was like 77 before the rise. So you do a small linear combination. If something was 77 before and it's 85 now, you could reason that maybe the margin on Ozempic is really, really high. But let's argue that it's 90%, just to be, we can even argue it's 85%. So let's look at 80, let's assume it's 85%, okay? So I hope your guys are still following. So assume it's 85%, and you've got this 200 billion Danish krone, or 27 billion, 27.8 billion. Okay. And so this is all about manufacturing. 27.8 billion TTM GLP-1 revenue. Okay, let's say that's at an 85% margin. Usually as a company, what you're interested in is gross profit. But as a generic, what we're interested in is COGS, right? So the COGS, the cost of goods sold, are $4 billion a year, okay? So we assume that nobody can make GLP-1 or semaglutide, in Novo's case, cheaper than Novo. And Novo spends $4 billion a year making it, arguably. I think it sounds like they spend less than that, but generics are the master of making shit cheap, right? That is what they're good at. So we have to look at some generic companies and ask ourselves, do they have the capacity to do this? And we also have to ask ourselves, what is the PP&E that Novo has accumulated such that a generic company would have to be able to knock it off. Actually, VKTX is actually somewhat of a good solution. If they try to, I didn't even think of that. I don't know if they can get through regulatory. I mean, everyone has a GLP, but I guess if the FTC probably wouldn't be too thrilled with the idea of Novo buying Viking. No, it's hard to prolong patents. It doesn't really work that way. Once the patent's expired, it's expired. Now, they're going to try. But 2026 is your patent expiry. So technically, this is the last year of Novo Nordisk revenue. So now we got to look at, okay, so this is DKK. No, now this is USD, PP&E. All right, so they have $17 billion of plants. Here are the numbers that we care about. Right? 28 billion in revenue, 4 billion in cost of goods. That's probably lower than that though. And 17 billion in property, plant, and equipment. So the question is, can Teva and Mylan make, Mylan is now Viatris, can Teva and Viatris and Sun, this is like the Super Bowl for them, right? this is the biggest possible generic in a long time. I remember when Lipitor came out, and it was the most exciting generic in the world. I remember when Prozac generic came out, and that was also previously the most exciting generic. Plavix as well. Companies race like this is the one opportunity if you're a generic company. Look at 28 billion, and you don't even have to invent the drug. Imagine just getting $1 billion of that every year just because you're a little cheaper. Man, every generic company is going to want a piece of this. You know, there's no rule after this on a patent. Now you can see they have some device patents, and the injection device doesn't save you from the generic. So yeah, the other stuff they have doesn't seem like it'll replace Ozempic, and people know Ozempic. People know it works. So yeah, could they come out with a better Ozempic? Sure. And it's going to take time. It doesn't look like they have that, to be frank. And so they need to replace Ozempic with something else. And the reality is doctors will still want to use cheap Ozempic, and insurers will make you take the cheap Ozempic first. And if you can't lose weight with Ozempic, you know, and your insurance says you got to take Ozempic, we're not going to pay for Mounjaro. We're not going to pay for this other stuff. Why would we pay for this other stuff when Teva's making cheap Ozempic? So let's look at Teva. Let's try to understand, can Teva even do this? And people like to look at Teva stock anyway, right? So here's Teva. It's at 21 bucks. They've had a long odyssey, a lot of shitty problems with Teva. At this rate, I'm going to need Ozempic. My gut is expanding rapidly. All right. Yeah, Cagri doesn't seem to be that good. You know, they're going to probably try to replace some Ozempic with Cagri, and they have a next gen GLP, but you know, it doesn't look great. It does not look great. Generics are mandatory. Every one of us takes generic drugs. Okay, let's look at Teva. Okay, Teva has 6 billion PPE globally for all their drugs. So 5.672 billion PP&E, and that's for the entire damn company. So this is the point of the bulls, is that if Novo has $17 billion of plants just to make Ozempic, and Teva has $6 billion of plants to make every single drug that they have, is it really realistic that Teva could actually make enough Ozempic to even do it, right? What is the biggest injectable that ever went generic? That's a good question, actually. It's a really good question. and it's a lower priced, higher volume. So Teva would have to add $10 billion of capex to facilitate an entire generic of Ozempic. I think we can look at what Teva and Viatris are saying to investors to make sure that we understand this, because they have to be thinking about it and talking about it in terms of like what the next opportunity is. So maybe it's even in their SEC filings, but let's see. They're presenting at JP Morgan next week. Let's see if they press release here. Well, they are going to report in 2 weeks the next earnings, obviously. Q3. Let's start here. So I don't know if Teva's trying to be a more branded company or not, but let's see if they talk about this at all. Here's generics for them. Oh, don't worry, we're going to look at the Indians next. And Teva has huge amount of plants in India. Okay, well, let's see what this thing says here. This is Victoza generic, which is not semaglutide. But given they were first to file on Victoza, it's kind of telling that, you know, they somewhat telling that they did file. Looks like there's some litigation too. We're going to have to look at this. Here's some of the litigation. We're going to have to go pull up the dockets in these cases and see here. They're just arguing to consolidate all of these. Now here are the plaintiffs. You have Rio Biopharmaceuticals, who I've literally never heard of, but Sun Zydus, Dr. Jenny's, and Alvogen and Mylan are all well-known entities. But who the heck is Rio? Is that Serono? NC Pharma. Okay, I think this is a Brazilian company. Hence Rio Pharma, Rio Biopharma makes sense. Okay, so yeah, no, they are all public, but you have to have Pacer. Let me see if I have a Pacer account here. If anybody does have a Pacer account they're willing to give me, that would be great. But we have to follow the patent litigation and understand it. I think the biggest thing here isn't so much the litigation as it is capacity. Sandoz is another. Here he says, clearly this is a space we're intending to go after. The U.S. patents, he's saying the U.S. patents expire in the early 2030s, but that's just not true. So we're going to have to look at that and see if that's what they're saying. So the way you look at this is Ozempic, and here's the point here. The threat of competition from generic semaglutide, particularly given the extraordinary capital expenditures necessary to deliver billions of injection devices, looks to be 7 years off. Now, you don't actually have to deliver that many injection devices, but this was also the problem with generic Advair. So let's look at Orange Book. So here's Orange Book. Hello? Okay. Here's the better Orange Book, I guess. And we're just going to type semaglutide in here. And it should give us a list of patents that cover semaglutide. Now, I already put all these in. Well, there's a list of the drugs, so let's pick one. Let's pick Ozempic. Doesn't really matter which one we pick, by the way. They should all have the same patents. And here are the patents. But we already looked at all these. 8114-833, 8129, 8536. I guess 857 expired. 868, 892, 910, 913, 9457. So maybe they somehow got to patent it twice. That's typically not what happens in reality, but this is an injection device patent, but really you can use any injectable device. So you can't use their injectable device, but there's nothing stopping you from putting it in your own device. We got an efficient market hypothesis fan here. We do have interns. They're not particularly useful. And they're very expensive. Yeah, another roller coaster day. Pray to hang on. Yeah, Orange Book is one of the main tools for this kind of work. Another injection device patent. Nothing against Talib. He just has a crazy attitude. Yeah, exactly, Drax. Like, there are ways to do this. Now, people prefer the device, and when you make a generic, you actually do have to. Technically, this is something that's like very technical, but like this is alpha and super important. There are rules around that you actually do have to make something that is similar. So, but the device makers, the generic device makers are going to be very happy. There's a bunch of companies that make these auto injectors. So I'd be pretty, in fact, it'd be a pretty good business is to get into making these for a generic company as cheaply as possible. And in fact, I think some of the generic companies do this themselves too, because they just have razor thin margins. So Becton Dickinson comes to mind. But yeah, let's double check that none of these patents, by the way, they all say they expire in 2026. So, let's look at the one that says it expires in 2033, because otherwise we don't need to look at the 2026 ones, because we'll give them 2026. But here's their 2031 acylated GLP patent, but they also have a 2026 acylated GLP-1 patent. So, yeah, I know I see the 343 patent, but the 343 is a method of use patent over here. So let's look at the patents. No, spooky. I think a really good way to look at it is the Advair market. It's very similar. You have to sell a device and you have to sell a drug. Biosimilars don't have a problem with this because the biosimilar prices don't get hammered that hard. But let's look at these patents. This 2031 acylated GLP versus the 2026 acylated GLP. This is, like I said, a Super Bowl patent case. So here's Jesper Lau, Paul Block, and Thomas Hansen. And they're authors on papers in the literature. So this is the 343 patent, as I would say. And it says here that the adjusted expiration is 2030. So this is a 343 patent. Okay, and we're going to save this. This is super important. We're looking at Novo Nordisk right now. We're not looking at other stocks right now. And so we'll look at this in a second, and then we're going to look at the 122 patent. The 122 patent is the old patent. And the problem is you cannot invent something twice. That is a clear rule in the patent world. The whole point of a patent is you invent it once. And so this patent expires 2026, March 20th. Okay, so here's patent 2. Well, we're trying to figure out if Novo is going to crash or it's a great long. So let's look at the details. Because this is really what it's all about. If they can't keep selling Ozempic, then, we've got an issue. Okay, the market's open. Pretty flattish for me, at least. But hoping that we get some alpha. Take a break to watch the action for a minute or two. What's long-term side effects? Sides. Well, you usually figure out if a drug has side effects within a couple of years. It's just strange with Zovis to do that. patents and papers are for scientists, not for CEOs. Unless you directly contributed to the invention or something like that. That was mustache hair, not nasal. I'll use nail clipper for nasal. Yeah, so evergreening. Thank you, Mighty Marshmallow. You know, can you invent something over and over again? Can you repatent something? These are the hopes and prayers of every pharmaceutical company. Some people used to refer to a technique called submarining, which is a patent technique.
Order filled.
Okay, I'm going to short a little ion Q on this tiny rally here. I like to see Rigetti down. That's nice.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
What a rally. Brutal. Holy moly. Jesus Christ.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
This hedged position is saving my ass. But this crash is coming. Stocks like this can't go up forever. There's no substance to them. I see MicroStrategy
Order
and
filled.
humor down. That's good. But my main battle is with quantum. Let's see here. Where are we? 53, 53. Okay. I got some tricks up my sleeve.
Order filled.
Okay. That was quick. I didn't even get to pull my tricks off.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Damn, that was quick. Yeah, exclusivity is sort of a regulatory body thing, right? So the patents and regulatory exclusivity are two different things, right?
Order
Um,
filled.
Qubit's not that easy to short, and none of these stocks are trading on their fundamentals. They're all like Farcoin. They're trading
Order
based on
filled.
how hard somebody wants to gamble. That's really it. Hate to say it, it's just true. But these stocks are so subject to head fakes. I think we've called the top for these stocks like 8 times. So it's been a little frustrating because every time you think it's over, they just make new highs for some reason. You're just sitting there
Order
like,
partially filled.
the fuck?
Order filled.
IBM is not really that levered to quantum. They don't have enough going
Order
on there.
partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, this is looking a little ugly, but like I
Order
said,
partially filled.
these investors just
Order filled.
they come back and you never know where the bottom is. It's such a
Order filled.
cluster. Just try to trade around it a little bit with the short bias. Look at that, IonQ is down now.
Order filled.
Do we press? Do we press? Full court press? Hard to say.
Order filled.
Sorry, I gotta watch the markets right now. I can't watch the motivation video. I got a lot going on right now in this stock
Order
market.
filled.
Oh, this is when you can buy really cheap protection at least. So, you know, you can buy some out of the money calls after, once it's in the red like this, you buy some out of the money calls, you can short it, and, you know, math should work out that you're protected. Let's see, what do I got here? Let's see, the IonQ 49.5 calls just got a lot cheaper, for example.
Order filled.
And on dips, you buy those, and on rallies, you short it. And you try to make a couple dollars while still being net short. I don't try to raw dog it too much. I'm not like, that's not how I handle my IRL relationships. I always raw dog. But yeah, like to see some red finally. It's been punishing. Yeah, AVXL will have its day too. Don't worry. It will meet its maker. I put so many better companies in the ground.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, we got the bids. We're gonna go forward with the two highest bids. Um, and sell the accounts to them. So if you get a response, who cares about Wall Street bets? Those guys aren't professionals, man. These guys are professional retards. not going to spend any time thinking about Wall Street bets.
Order partially filled.
There's real Wall Street. Yeah, Google account. Please do contact me. Martin
Order
at
filled.
dl.software. Martin at dl.software. If you can't remember that, Martin at martinshkreli.com. Okay, well, there goes the stock right back up. So got a chance to buy some cheap options. Then I bought the 52 calls for very little on that dip, so very happy about that. Yeah. Quantum price action is crazy. This is retarded. Highly regarded.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
That dip was one of those fake outs I was talking about. It looked like for a second it was all over for quantum. Nope. Wrong. You know, so if you started to press the short, you're now down a quick $3.
Order partially filled.
I wonder if somebody made a trade error or something, because it almost looks like it was a fat finger. Did you say sell a million or buy a million? No, I said buy a million, you idiot. Oh, shit. There's
Order
a...
filled.
Yeah, I'm doing a really cool analysis of how long it takes these bubbles to pop, and the average is like 60 days from when a stock goes parabolic. So around 60 days is the peak, and you know, we're pretty close to that. I'm sure all the ex-employees of Rigetti are going to sell all their stock, but that doesn't make a difference. I mean, all these people are all of a sudden they thought
Order partially filled.
Rigetti, their stock would be
Order
worthless,
filled.
and thanks to a bunch of retards, they're going to be able to get out of their stock. Say, well, thank you. Holy shit. Appreciate it.
Order filled.
Yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah, I'm not short Nvidia or Tesla yet. Tesla's a good company. You know, it's hard to short company with really good management that can do a lot. Nvidia's probably a better candidate for that. It's still a really good company. It's just very highly priced. And it's kind of, you know, I'm not sure it's like, you know, I think they've sort of saturated. I didn't watch CES. It's not really not that important to Nvidia anymore. I mean, I said Nvidia would be the first $10 trillion company. Okay. I don't think these companies will stop raising money. They're just going to keep raising money until the stocks go down. Like, why wouldn't they? You idiots want this? Shit. Take it. Yeah, Michael knows. The cyclicality is just real. Okay, let's see.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
All right, so here's the patent. You might be right, dumb. You might be right.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, I don't think if I were INQ, I wouldn't want to be demonstrating my systems. This baby can factor 2 numbers. Big data. Quantum communications. Internet of Things. DoorDash? Yeah, the bubble is real, man. The bubble is real. It's so bubblicious. Okay, so what do we got here? Let's look at each claim. Okay, here's claim 1. So let's do a separate sheet on patents. All right, so we're going to start with these 2. This quantum shit is crazy, bro. The stock's trading up and down $1 every fucking second. Crazy. Let me see where I make some adjustments real quick. Rigetti, up, down, up, down. Yeah, all the shorts, all the longs will be cleaned out. Everybody will lose all their money. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Up, down, rip. Try to stay a little hedged. All right, so here's the claims. This is a long ass claim, actually. The claim's several pages? No, almost a whole page. Okay. Let's see if I can get it all here. Put this bad boy in Paint. Okay. Let's think about this. So what are we claiming? The invention is a compound of formula 2, where the 7th amino acid is a histidine or an alanine. The 8th amino acid is one of these. And then they say 16, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 25, 27, etc. All of these, you know, it could kind of be anything. I think I lost the resolution too, which sucks. Let me copy and paste it. Oh, no, it's fine. Well, yeah, it's fine. Okay, good. Okay, so this is kind of a genus patent. I wonder if this guy's a species patent. So let's look at him. You know what I could do? I could get rid. I could trim a little bit,
Autofilled.
just a tiny bit of the Rigetti, and swap it into
Autofilled.
good old shitty ion cube. That's the game plan.
Autofilled.
It's a good game plan. Playboy. What do you think, Playboy?
Autofilled.
See Rigetti getting smoked again. Damn. Damn. Shit getting smoked again.
Autofilled. 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 Order cancelled.
Let's go. Let's go. The top is in. Let's go. I don't think the markets will move much on Trump. But did you see Zuckerberg's comments today? Yeah. It's funny, Scott. Every time we say that, it finds a new breath of life. This stock won't die. It's hilarious, man. Yeah, Zuck's video is incredible. That was really interesting. Zuck did a crazy ass video here. Let's play it. Oh, that's hilarious. Rigetti would be spamming share sales if they could. All right, let's look at the Zuck thing. It's kind of nuts.
Important today because it's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram. I started building social media to give people a voice. I gave a speech at Georgetown 5 years ago about the importance of protecting free expression, and
He was attacked for that speech, by the way.
I still believe this today. But a lot has happened over the last several years. There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more. A lot of this is clearly political, but there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism, child exploitation. These are things that we take very seriously, and I want to make sure that we handle responsibly. So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms. More specifically, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X, starting in the US.
I can't believe he was...
After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy.
Couldn't be me.
We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system.
Spaghetti crashing a bit.
Second, we're going to simplify our content policies and get rid of a bunch of restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse. What started as a movement to be more inclusive has increasingly been used to shut down opinions and shut out people with different ideas, and it's gone too far. So I want to make sure that people can share their beliefs and experiences on our platforms. Third, we're changing how we enforce our policies to reduce the mistakes that account for the vast majority of censorship on our platforms. We used to have filters that scanned for any policy violation. Now, we're going to focus those filters on tackling illegal and high-severity violations. And for lower severity violations, we're going to rely on someone reporting an issue before we take action. The problem is that the filters make mistakes, and they take down a lot of content that they shouldn't. So by dialing them back, we're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platforms. We're also going to tune our content filters to require much higher confidence before taking down content. The reality is that this is a trade-off. It means we're going to catch less bad stuff, but we'll also reduce the number of innocent people's posts and accounts that we accidentally take down. Fourth, we're bringing back civic content. For a while, the community asked to see less politics because it was making people stressed. So we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now, and we're starting to get feedback that people want to see this content again. So we're going to start phasing this back into Facebook, Instagram, and Threads while working to keep the communities friendly and positive. Fifth, we're going to move our trust and safety and content moderation teams out of California, and our US-based content review is going to be based in Texas. As we work to promote free expression, I think that it will help us build trust to do this work in places where there is less concern about the bias of our teams. Finally, we're going to work with President Trump to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies and pushing to censor more. The US has the strongest constitutional protections for free expression in the world. Europe has an ever-increasing number of laws institutionalizing censorship and making it difficult to build anything innovative there. Latin American countries have secret courts that can order companies to quietly take things down. China has censored our apps from even working in the country. The only way that we can push back on this global trend is with the support of the US government. And that's why it's been so difficult over the past 4 years when even the US government has pushed for censorship. By going after us and other American companies, it has emboldened other governments to go even further. But now we have the opportunity to restore free expression, and I am excited to take it. It'll take time to get this right, and these are complex systems. They're never going to be perfect. There's also a lot of illegal stuff that we still need to work very hard to remove. But the bottom line is that after years of having our content moderation work focus primarily on removing content, it is time to focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our systems, and getting back to our roots about giving people voice. I'm looking forward to this next chapter. Stay good out there, and more to come soon.
Good on you, Mark. Good on you. He's had these feelings for a long time, according to my sources, but has just had to balance, all these
Autofilled.
pressures. So quantum's taken a bit of a dip, finally. If you were dispassionate on the way up, you should be somewhat dispassionate on the way down. I know it's hard to do. I'm a little autistic, so it's easier for me. I've also have a lot of experience, so it's a bit easier for me. But, if you're like me, you've lost a lot of money shorting these stocks, and now you're getting paid. So the question is, do you increase your short position as it's going down because it's starting to win? And why wouldn't you want to participate, especially if you've been hedging and all that stuff? Now you're seeing some weakness. You're going to get the pure alpha now. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. We've seen so many fits and starts in these stocks. Typically, though, once they start breaking down, they break down. IonQ is barely down, right? So you have to keep things in perspective. Rigetti's showing some serious weakness, which is great, but again, got to keep some perspective. So I would just sort of be if you're short, just sort of be in a holding pattern and maybe chase some of the weakness down. But it's hard to say. Everyone's going to this is sort of what one of my colleagues who's one of the head honchos on Wall Street now, it's my colleague a long time ago, said, this is the kind of trade that separates the man from the boys. That's true. Will these stocks bounce back, or will they collapse? I don't know. Do you know? I think they'll eventually collapse, but I'm talking about next few hours. Will they bounce, or will they collapse? Taking away the misogynism from that, or the sexism, I should say, it is a serious question. Like, if you have that answer, you can make $10 million right now. I don't have that answer. I'm not gonna pretend I do. I do think these stocks are going down. They'll probably keep going down. But am I willing to bet my life on it? No. So that's really the question here. Is this a true parabolic breakdown, or is this just, some weakness and it'll recover in a minute? I think, this kind of weakness does attract baggies that'll stupidly load up to replenish themselves. Let me see if I can buy some more out of the money calls for really cheap. I actually don't mind over hedging a little bit on the out of the money side because those deltas are very low. Learn your Greeks, guys. Learn your Greeks. They're very easy. And take advantage of the volatility, if you can. Who's Sabine?
Autofilled.
Greeks are options. Properties of options.
Good job, Dom. I hope you make money, Dom. Seriously, I mean, Sava's coming back, man. Naktrab's got a plan. He knows biopharma now. I'm trying to wipe my screen clean, but it feels like I'm just moving around grime and dust. The streaks don't go away. How do you make the streaks go away? You guys know? I have these little electronic screen wipes, and they say no grime, no streaks.
Autofilled.
Bullshit. You lying. That's what you doing. You lying to me. Microfiber. Haktua might work. Fuck it. This is an Apple MacBook. I don't know what it is actually. Pretty sure it's a MacBook, I just don't know what kind. This weird napkin from the deli actually works reasonably well. It's just all different kinds of glass, you know? Oh, I like this. It's like different textures will probably do better. This thing's like very absorbent and very, like, just very polar or something. More polar than the other paper. I think Rayaddy will go to like 5. I mean, it's kind of a scam company too. They haven't really been able to do shit in space. They're not considered highly in the space. There's IonQ below 50 again. Yeah, exactly, TVA. Thank you. Thank you for making the sacrifice. We need it. I need it. Me need it. I was joking with some friends yesterday about my Jamaican friends from prison. Yeah, man. It's nothing like patois. When you really hear like a real patois speaker, they're fucking lit.
Autofilled.
Out of control. Oh, QBTS is gigantic. Like, they've never done anything right, Andrew. Like, D-Wave is... They've had 25 years to make annealers a real business, and they've never been able to make it a real business. I like Palantir. You can get a book, Moons, Androids, Moon, Sand, Stars. There's plenty of books on options. You can go on LibGen even. Not that I recommend that. I recommend you do not go on LibGen. It's dangerous. Yeah, we got you looking a little ugly. Okay, 52, 51. Do I have some 50s? I need some 50s. There's the 50s. Let me buy some more 50s. The time to buy your protection is now. It's not when they're rallying. Buy some just-in-case protection. That's way cheaper than it normally is. I'm sick of QMCO, man.
Okay, Rigetti's green again. Just the dollar moves left and right, man. As a trader, you gotta love it. XRP is a bit of a meme, man. I don't think XRP is going anywhere. Morningstar's great. Publicly traded company. You're talking about their stock or their products? They're both good.
Autofilled.
It's amazing how they built their company. They started off doing mutual fund ratings and found themselves into being, a substantial company. Oh, you work there? What do you do now? Come work for me. Send resume. Martin@dl.software. Yeah, I got you. You gotta live in New York or SF.
Autofilled.
Yeah, it's looking ugly for quantum. I guess it's a good time to buy protection for all these stocks. You can buy Rigetti calls for almost nothing now. That's how you can confidently increase your short position or
Autofilled.
confidently hold a large short positions. All right, I'll buy some of these calls that all the Robinhood guys are now either dumping or watching go to zero. I'll take some of those and they'll buffer my short position
Autofilled.
nicely. I usually try to buy the weeklies and keep rolling them. I have a nervous habit, stupid shaving. Yeah, puts are tricky, puts are tricky.
Autofilled.
Is that my friend TK? Or somebody I know, or or a different one? Joe, I'm being sarcastic. I can't say use libgen because it's advocating piracy. So don't use it. Don't you ever use it. It's bad for you. I don't buy puts. I try not to buy puts. I'd rather short the stock. Buying puts is tough because you got to get everything right. Yikes, that's not good.
St. McDamage. Damn. IonQ getting smoked. Might cover 100 shares just to feed the gods, you know what I mean? Gotta feed them. Put a sacrifice in the altar.
Order filled.
There we go. Now it'll go down. Gotta give the gods a little something, you know what I mean?
Order filled.
Ah, I gave him two pieces. I'm sitting here 100,000 shares short and cover 100 shares. I'll cover 100 shares. Just a little. You got to stay stingy. So you can't lose all the money as it goes up, and then take the risk as it goes down. You know, you got to be greedy when it falls apart. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I had to get some breakfast. So maybe I should continue writing that little quantum Substack post. I really want to get that out, and really crack this bubble. What do you think? Should we do it? I'm not sure. If you have some details on that, I'd be curious. On the AVXL on that date, I'm not sure there's going to be any news, but. Oh yeah, JP Morgan conference. I'm surprised they're even invited. Such a shitty company.
Order filled.
5070, same performance. 4090. They're definitely. I'm just joking on LibGen. I think you should use it. I was kidding. I was trying to be like appropriate, you know. Of course, I use LibGen every day. Sci-Hub, LibGen. I I just don't think it's makes sense to advocate for piracy online. Also, you should respect the copyright. I mean, if you're dirt poor, you can use them. If you can afford it, you should pay for it too.
Let's open a Rigetti model. Take a break from Ozempic for a second. Okay, lower my reach. Okay, so what is the opportunity for Rigetti? Okay, this is something that a lot of people have been asking, and I haven't made a model for it for a reason. But let's do that now, just for the lulz. Okay. Thanks, Omar. Okay, so how do we do this? Well, this is going to be a little bit strange, but one of the ways I want to do this is I want to assume that, let's say revenue gets close to doubles every year for a little while. Let's assume that. Let's say margins grow to like 75%. Now this won't happen, but let's assume this happens. And then we'll work backwards to sort of think about how do we actually how could it actually get there? Okay, so they might earn $1 a share in 2030, maybe. And you know, we'll sort of see, you know, how they can get there. I mean, you don't need to do a model for something like this. This is just like pitiful. They haven't had revenue growth in years, but we're going to forecast that they all of a sudden start getting 90% revenue growth. Wouldn't you just get stopped out immediately on that? So the reason I'm interested in this is basically I want to sort of ask what is the NSA budget and what are the groups around the government that would pay for this? Because there's no business in scientific computing. Yeah, but Radley's, you have to keep your ego in check, that's for sure. And the market will humble you quite a bit. As somebody who's lost around $1 million in the last 2 weeks, market's humbled me quite a lot. There are a bunch of documents that came out. Technically, the NSA budget is classified, but there were some leaked documents that say it was around 11 billion. So this is mostly, check worked out well, I sold it. Where's it at now? Back down to $1.87. Yeah, we bought it at like $1.60 and got this little bump. And then I said to stay away from it, but some people didn't. Yeah, it's not really clear, Moo, but you know, we know what the FBI and CIA budgets are, so it's not like there's a ton more. So we also know roughly what the compute budget is for NSA, and that's mostly going to be storage. So if we assume that Rigetti gets the entire compute budget of the NSA, which is going to be pretty hard because IonQ wants that too. And all these two small companies, IBM and Google, they also wouldn't mind getting that. So how does it only become Rigetti's? Well,
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I don't think so, Quan. This is important. As I lay out in my paper, the main use case for quantum computing is decryption. There is a Chinese equivalent of the NSA, yes, and they have their own Chinese quantum. It's a national, look, it is a national security thing. It's not fake, but Rigetti is fake. IonQ is like a long shot distance competitor to Google and IBM and Quantinuum. Quantinuum we don't even talk about. Quantinuum's the real company in this space. They're going to go public. Okay. Again, figuring out what to do when these stocks fall. It's like, do you want to press them? And if you get a snapback rally, you really get fucked. Okay, so let's argue that 20% of this is compute. Okay, so this is the NSA budget. So storage is a big chunk of that. So let's say they could dedicate half of it to decryption. So that means the entire the entire decryption business of the NSA could be worth $1 billion a year. Now, they're not going to be able to get all of that. But if they got 50% of it, here's where they'd be. They could do consulting and integration as well, theoretically. But again, with IBM and all these other guys, getting 50% of that is a very, very, very best case scenario. So we'll use a 12% discount rate. I'm not really a levels guy. I sort of trade on vibes. Okay. So in this best case scenario, Rigetti is worth $1 billion, which is $4 a share. That's the best case scenario for Rigetti. Okay, that's assuming they get half of the budget of the part of the government that could possibly use their computer. Nobody else could use this computer. That's what you guys don't understand, or what some people don't understand. There is nothing you can do with Shor's algorithm that is useful other than decrypting secrets. That's it. Now, Grover's algorithm is very interesting and theoretically could be used someday. But Grover's has not really been shown to be, that malleable, I guess would be a word to use, that you could actually kind of make it work that well to get anything out of it. Grover's has been, this
Autofilled.
kind of optimistic dream. And Grover's doesn't really promise massive speedups anyway. So yeah, traveling salesman doesn't really become a lot better either. So you really don't need these computers. And remember, NVIDIA is not going to quit, right? NVIDIA is not going to say, you know what, we're quitting. Let's see, we're quitting Moore's law. Let's see how well these guys do. They're going to keep going, and as they keep going, the hurdle rate to use these gets higher and higher. And again, you guys saw me write and run a quantum algorithm on IBM's machine, and we got a factorization of 15. I want to factor 88 or 90. What's a better one? 77. Yeah, 77. But writing the circuit's too complicated. Everyone knows that 7 times 11 is 77. And it takes a computer,
Autofilled.
an x86, like a nanosecond to do that. But I can't get that to run on IBM Quantum. The software is that bad, and the hardware is, well, we don't know how good or bad the hardware is because the software is so bad. I'm glad you agree, Eric. That's interesting. Are you a person in the space? I've been fascinated by quantum my whole life. Quantum simulations are a bit different. We actually have no idea how to run those. So there's no obvious way to say, okay, here's the state of a system and use quantum computing to go simulate it. There is some utility in quantum chemistry and stuff like that where you can gain, the amount of people that are interested in that are really, really, really small. The US is spending a little bit on this through DARPA and some other places, but they generally haven't spent very much. So I'm assuming the decryption budget will be somewhere like $1 million, $1 billion a year. Quantum ML is, I think, a LARP. I mean, and that's maybe like partially Grover's. My girl does have expertise in quantum. I would say 7 out of 10. Certainly not a 10 out of 10. Rigetti is going to have all the cash they need. Yeah, the quantum annealers are useless. Annealers have been out for 10 years, and D-Wave has been around for 25 years. D-Wave was the first quantum computing stock I looked at, and it was privately held for the longest time, obviously. D-Wave almost went bankrupt. D-Wave needed to be recapped. Now, there could be applications that are interesting, but the problem is that one of the risks is in that discount rate. That 12% is very generous. The discount rate should be 25 or 30%, in which case you can imagine what the stock price would be. Would not be so good. So you know, the issue with quantum isn't so much that this isn't a good idea or there won't be new applications down the road. The issue is, who were the semiconductor competitors in 1970? You can't tell me. If you ask people in 5 or 10 years who were the first social media companies, they wouldn't be able to tell you either. In fact, you probably can't tell me. There's some really esoteric ones you may not have heard of, unless you read Steve Levy's book on Facebook. So, you know, basically you just don't know when these machines will be out or when they'll be useful. LibGen. You like QSI? Nice. Solid pick. Is that a quantum company or it just has quantum in the name? Entanglement? Superposition? Solid pick. Let's see how it goes for him. Protein sequencing, that's a good idea. How do you do that? Scan each amino acid? How the fuck does that work? All right, let's look at IonQ. Oh yeah, there you go. Quan's got it. All right, let's glance at IonQ with the same analysis. Yeah, we don't want Electron. Eric, we talked about that internally. Electron is notoriously slow. Now, we should try it just to see. But my guys have said they don't want to do Electron.
Okay, so here's IonQ, still wildly overvalued at $50. Let's look at some of their financials. Yeah, I figure we should try it. I mean, what's the fucking harm? Okay, at this rate, we might play the Meek Mill for the Rigetti. And if it goes to 10, we're going to take some Galaxy Gas right on the air. No, I've never listened to All In. Usually when these stocks crash, they go down like 50% the first day. Like they don't just go down a couple percent. So that's why I'm kind of not believing the rally a little, but we're looking at IonQ right now. We were just looking at Rigetti. We did a model and our fair value is $1. It used to trade at $1. Now let's look at IonQ. The market had it right. But every dog has its day. That's the beautiful thing about the stock market that you don't get in the private market. You might get a bubble. And if you get a bubble, you know what to do. Here comes IonQ, rallying a bit back here. Let's see, shall we sell some of the protection we bought? Some of the protection we bought barely gone up. It really hasn't rallied back. In fact, it's gotten worse. Shit ugly. Shit stinks. Smell like doo-doo.
Order filled.
Plunge protection team. Quantum police, get on the ground. Stay in superposition. Do not observe. I'm warning you, do not observe any state. He's going to observe. You may or may not be shot. One of your states may be shot. Tunnel him, tunnel him, tunnel him. Teleport him, teleport him. Put him in time crystal. Oh, I think you'll have HTTPQ at some point. I mean, that could be the bull thesis. That's not a bad bull thesis. Yeah, we didn't, not much on CES. Just not that important for NVIDIA, to be honest. All right, so IonQ is 10.7 billion market cap. Okay, last quarter they did 12.4 in revs. They're the company that's kind of executing the best. But a lot of that revenue is contracts that I don't think are going to renew. One of the problems with IonQ and all the quantum companies is I think there'll be a quantum winner, because again, these machines can't factor, 15. So why in the world should we be paying for them? And if you're Elon and you're sitting there trying to cut waste in the government, on one hand, this is a national security thing. On the other hand, you can't just throw money away at science experiments that don't work. There should be industrial applications and investor interest. It can't be only the government interested in it. Well, the government can't pay for it forever. I mean, it's a good thesis. Think about AI. There was an AI winter. There were 3 of them. And there was a quantum winter. This is the thaw of the quantum winter. We were in a quantum winter. It was bad. That's why these guys all had to SPAC. So I don't know if government's going to dole out that money nonstop. Yeah, it should just be, investors, just handing freebies out to these companies forever and ever. It doesn't make sense. And look, DARPA canceled the internet like 10 times. DARPA canceled AI like 10 times. They're like, all right, we're not going to fund it anymore. Marvin Minsky canceled AI. It's like, they can't do exclusive wars. It's over. And they stopped working on AI for 10 years because of that. No XOR. It's over. And then 10 years later, they said, we're so back. Yeah, that's a really good point. CL55. There's also, look, the president's not going to be president for more than 4 years. You got 4 years to make your earnings, and the president's going to be pretty distracted with that. Right? Where'd you work on Wall Street, Eugene? They gave the IonQ CEO some more shares, I guess. I am short IonQ, short Rigetti, short AVXL. Those are my 3 positions in my YOLO account. I've greatly simplified the situation.
Real developments in what fields? Transformers arc? What are you talking about? Transformers have nothing to do with quantum. Quantum can't hold state for 100 milliseconds, let alone do transformers. Some of my friends invented transformers. Do you know who you're talking to? Yeah, this was in the 80s. My source is Nils Nilsson's book on the history of AI. This is like Licklider in that era. We're in an AI super boom now, obviously. But AI's gone through many winters. There was even an AI winter just before the recent boom. There's the expert systems winter of the 80s. There was the Minsky winter. And there was sort of a quiet winter for a while in the 90s, like late 90s. But then it sort of broke when PayPal started using machine learning. Winter just means nobody likes the stocks, nobody's investing. Sucks to be a company, funding dries up, it's over. Risk off. Yeah, we'll get AVXL at some point this year. Won't be long. No pun intended. It's a pretty big position. Justin, all the time. I mean, the whole process is a squeeze. You just have to sort of adjust your portfolio so that you don't go out of business. I don't use TA at all. I don't even look at charts, dude. There's something called merger arbitrage, Mr. Kashari. The risk of a deal closing is typically why.
Order partially filled.
I mean, if you look at charts, it's totally fine.
Order filled.
Nothing wrong with looking at charts. You're getting use out of them. Do it. A lot of smart investors do that. It's just not my personal style. And of course, I look at charts to look at like the long-term pricing of something. But I don't use them to make financial decisions, if that makes sense. I think it's actually adverse to know where a stock has been, because you're really mostly supposed to focus on where it's going. Yeah, I respect anybody who consistently makes money in the market. So whatever tools they use, let them use it. not going to stop using it because you say so.
Order partially filled.
It's awesome to press the button on my laptop and see it on my Godel. I love that.
Order partially filled.
We are going to do that, Eugene. We are definitely going to do that soon. Why not, right? I don't see why we shouldn't have level 2. We're mostly hiring for full stack people, although we just picked up 2 really good engineers, one Google guy and one Carnegie Mellon grad. Yeah, we don't do order books yet. We do time and sales. So here's our time and sales system. Here's just Rigetti time and sales. Oops.
Order filled. Order filled.
You can even show milliseconds on this, I think. So there's the milliseconds. Let's see if we can look closely. React isn't built to handle this. This is why we need Electron. So there's the 0.1. If you look, you can see the milliseconds skate by. It's hard to render that much. React has a render limit of 60 FPS actually. So we might ditch React so that we can redraw the screen faster. Lognomics did. Really? You did a charting thing? We should talk. Oh man. Yeah, Electron is our guys are very concerned about performance. But I think we should try it. Yeah, we would relocate somebody, but strongly prefer US people. And we'd also, at some point, build an international office. No, 60 isn't enough because you're getting more than 60 updates a second. I mean, it's kind of a blur anyway, but yeah, I mean, do we want C# guys?
And now you're talking about, okay, we have a team that does mobile, we have a team that does web app, and we have a team that does desktop for Windows. Then we need a team that does desktop for Apple. What a shit show. So how does somebody, I mean, they're all just making front ends, I guess, but well, Bloomberg is time and sales. Most people don't use Bloomberg's API. You want to check time and sales if you have an order executing by your traders, for example, if you're institutional. All I do is cut myself all day long with these fucking things. My guys know Flutter well. I don't. When I was in prison, I asked my dad, who doesn't know anything about programming, who passed away last year. I asked my dad to send me all of the popular repos on GitHub. And I saw Flutter on there. I'm sitting in prison. I have no clue what's going on in development. And, you know, he sends the thing about Flutter to me, and I was like, okay, I got to look into this. Remember Lodash? I'm a JavaScript guy, so. Do you want me to stream less, Matt? I can stream less. Should I go? Am I in the way? If I'm not welcome, I can leave. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't know why I stream so much. I like connecting with people. I like people seeing the real me. They get kind of a different version of me online. I don't know if any of that makes sense. A lot of people have kind of become influencers. I was doing it before anybody else. Most people on Wall Street thought I was crazy. And you still don't have people on Wall Street doing it. Roaring Kitty was probably the first like big financial influencer. So yeah, it definitely shapes opinion, because I think most people, no matter how judgmental they may be, they say, "Oh, hold on, I now I get to see the real thing. Let me see. Let me check. Maybe I was wrong." And you know, some people won't change their mind, and that's fine. And some people say, "Hold on a second, I thought that was funny. I like this guy. You know, let me give him another 5 minutes." And you might change your mind, you might not. But I think it's nice to have that, at least, that opportunity. And it's fun to interact with people. I gotta admit that back in the day, I hate to say it, but like streaming does make you popular. It's a little bit of an ego lift, and you can definitely get women from it. I don't know what to tell you. If you're a ghost online, it's a bit harder. Women watch and they're like, "Oh, I would date that guy. I like that guy." Wifey is not from the stream, but if I didn't stream, she probably would never have heard of me, if that makes sense. If I just like ducked my head under the ground and never, it was just like some random CEO that, you know, got in hot water,
she'd be like, oh yeah, who's that guy? As opposed to like, oh no, I know who that guy is. Yeah, part of the reason is because I wanted everyone to know, if that makes sense. I don't know. Anyways, we'll get back to work here. So IonQ has had some revenue and they've had some growth. So unlike the other companies that SPAC'd, they've actually sort of have shown some ability to grow. They haven't. It's not clear that they won't end up in the same place as Rigetti and these other guys, because they kind of look like the same. Their full year guidance is whatever. I'm sure they'll meet it or beat it. But the question is what happens in 2025 and beyond. And so it's sort of the same shit. I mean, they have an Air Force contract, which is very small. And that's really it. Like, so once the Air Force contract expires, and let me tell you something, the Air Force does not need quantum computing. They just were able to sort of leverage government contacts to get that deal, but they need deal from DoD, Pentagon, NSA, etc. And it really doesn't. It really probably won't. They'll probably be in the same position as Rigetti. Or again, if they can get to even $1 billion, let's say, in revenue, and really high margins, higher than they're at now. Big ass cost structure. I think I didn't even tax Rigetti when I did the Rigetti model. I assumed they would never pay taxes. Poor Rigetti. I assume IonQ only has to pay 10% taxes. Thanks, Logonomics. Okay, so NPV for IonQ, 2.4 billion. That's with some very generous estimates that they get to $1 billion in revenue. I don't think there's $1 billion in revenue demand for quantum just 4 years from now. 4 years coming soon. These machines don't do shit. So I don't know how you get $1 billion in revenue from that. But assume that they do, only a 15% discount rate, almost no tax rate. It's still only $11. So this is like a best case scenario for IonQ is $11. No, I appreciate it, Rita. So that's kind of the situation there. Pretty solid short opportunity.
autofilled,
No, Alex. I don't think so. I actually think the earnings calls. Yeah. If they have two more earnings calls, and revenue and earnings don't grow, this is what happened with cannabis. The cannabis stocks, people got really excited about. Oh, you don't understand, Martin. This is going to be like tobacco. It's like the early days. Imagine being able to buy Philip Morris when it just started. You'll see weed is going to be even bigger than tobacco. Okay, cool. Let me look at the income statement. Okay, no margins, no revenue, cool. Company's worthless. Let me give it a quarter. Next quarter comes out. Company's like, okay, yeah, revenue declined 5%. Like, what? Revenue declined? And they're like, yeah, we had to raise more money. We're running out of money. Demand is bleak. The hell kind of growth stock is this? And Tilray went from 17 to 250 to 1. Canopy, these were the leaders in the industry at the time.
autofilled,
This was like the stocks people were obsessed with, and the weed bubble popped, and that was that. Weed stocks were now anathema. Oh, remember Sundial? Yo. What else? What other big bubble stocks were there? SNDL, Tilray Dries. Of course, I remember BTX. Aurora. Lay's is today. I'm talking about in history. The history of baggy shit, shit stocks. Lucid, Nikola. What's IGC? Oh, Peloton. What was Tops? I forgot Tops, but yeah, Tops, Beyond Meat, Plug. I don't know if BBBY. I'm talking about like Parabolic up, Parabolic down. Yeah, I guess GMC, AMC. Parabolic up, Parabolic down, like right away. Right up, right down. Fisker was a good one. I want to go way back, way back. WorldCom was not parabolic up and down. Like Webban was. No, ISRG was parabolic up. Carvana was parabolic up, down, and up again, which is a little weird. So I guess you can include it. What was Wolf? I don't remember Wolf. No. If you go back to the yeah, not DNA either. Well, DNA Ginkgo. Yeah, because it was in Trexon. You guys aren't going back far enough. Rivian's for sure. Oh, DDD is a good one. Good job, Cheeky. I wouldn't count Enron. Enron wasn't parabolic up, parabolic down. Delcath kind of counts, but not really. iPet, eToys, Webvan. Yeah, just look at Kathy Wood's shit, right? Just look at everything Kathy Wood bought. I don't know if Luckin counts. I think I have Workhorse, have Space. I really want to go back. Like, I want to run a screen for that era. Let me see if I can do that real quick. Somebody is using my shared Bloomberg. What was Utz? Look smart. Stamps.com? Stamps.com ended up being successful. Let's ask ChatGPT. MTTR, I like that. Travelzoo was another one. We're working on it, Michael. We got a nice big team of guys working their butt off. Ape. Yeah, baby, dry ships. Any NFT. Oh yeah, actually we should do that. Bored Ape. Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs. Cable stocks in the 2000s. Maybe. There were better candidates in that era. Some of these weren't parabolic up. Like they had to attract the Robinhood type of baggies. What did all the Robinhood guys buy and own? Yeah, we don't have to have too many of them either. Doximity, I don't think counts. Or iVillage, there you go. AMC counts. WeWork never went parabolic up, but I guess I can use the private. If I use like the private market valuations, even like Instacart. What other like private companies? Theranos? Zoom kind of counts, I guess, just because, I mean, it's a real company. Meta never had parabolic down, buddy.
Autofilled.
Oh, Teladoc's a good one. We have Lucid. Yeah, it's a lot. No, Jack, it doesn't. I left that company, so it never had Parabolic up either. If I stayed, it would have been great. K-Bio would count, right? SMCI, Bill Wang. All right, let's Sunrun. Ooh, those are good, Andy. Oh, Movie Pass was the thing. That was the shit. Movie Pass. What was their ticker again? That was the shit for a few days. What else is like a Wall Street Bets thing that was like popular for a few days? I'm not covering anything. Sava kind of was a thing, right? Emvis. We have Mara. Terra Luna's a good one. We have Wish. All right. So okay, guys. Okay, we got enough. We got enough. So what we're trying to do is see if we can get like a peak date. Bored Ape Yacht Club price over time. Okay. So peak day was, this is on ETH pricing. This is retarded. I'd like to see it in dollar prices. May not get that chance. Oh yeah, well, I guess you can look at the Wang stock squeezes, like the education edtech guys. Right, 128 was the peak. I guess I could do it in ETH, right? So that was April 30th. There's always a bubble somewhere. All right, so when did it hit 64 or less?
Autofill.
The first time, for the first time. Did it hit it here? No. 64. There you go. Hit 64, 8/22/22. And the time, it took 114 days. The drawdown was 50%. Now, let's see how long it took to go down. 75%, that would have been 32. This is a power of 2, actually. 2 to the 6th, right? 2 to the 7th. So when did it hit 32 or less? I wish I could use arrow keys here. Get my mouse sensitivity very low, maybe it would help. Or some other technique like this. There we go. Okay, 2703 on 7/3/23.
All right, so a little after a year, it dropped 75%. Let's see if we got a 90% drawdown. That would be 12.8. Yes, indeed. It did go down 90%. Hit 12.4 on March 14th, 2024. Can you imagine having bought this and people are like negging you like, oh, you don't own any NFTs? That's so cringe. All right, so that took around 2 years. See if it ever went down 95%. That's 640. I don't think they ever hit that low, did they? Never went below 8. It bottomed at 8 ETH. Damn. I'm gonna buy these and just burn them. Just to fucking prove a point. Just like fucking burn them. Send them to the burn address. This was like one of the biggest psyops ever because they would give the celebrities the Bored Apes, I think, for free. Some of them were dumb enough to buy them. And then the celebrities would be like, celebrities would try to make their bags go up. And of course, people aren't that stupid. What is this? Binance NFT Marketplace? So Binance owns all of these or is listing all of these? It's so retarded. Truth Social, baby. You don't own any tulip bulbs? Psh. Okay, so now let's do dry ships. So dry ships peaked in 2007. So I'll just grab 07 prices, 208 prices. Okay, what the hell? On a split adjusted basis, the price is a little outrageous. Yeah, this is like just stupid. It's like priced in hundreds of thousands or something. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's like it says 400 million or something. I'll try it this way. Let me see. I can just take a estimate. It's the same thing. Yeah, I have the prices. Don't worry. The price was 1.398 billion. So, yeah. When did it hit 699? Let's see. First big drawdown. I guess right around here. 1.9 maybe. Yep. 669 on 1.9. Not 1.9. Yeah, 1.9 2008. Okay. So what we can do here is just sort of get a sense for from how long does it take for the peak to drop to yeah, SMN, I will when I get all the data. I rarely do that. I don't like to try to ride these on the upside because it's so hard. I mean, it's not impossible, but all right. When did this thing ever close and reach 350? All right, 336 on 10/3/08. That took 340 days. So I'll do the Tilray one as well, but it looks like it does take a little time for them to drop. These are just a few data points, so let's keep going here, but people don't necessarily give up on their bubbles right away. Okay, here it hit 139.08 on 11/10/08. Hey, James. Yeah, we'll look at it across the board. It'll be a really interesting study.
So the question is, when did Tilray drop 75% from its peak? That would have been 53, 52. That took a little while, actually. It hit exactly 53, 52 on 4/11/19. Took 204 days to drop 75%. How about 21 bucks, 21.40? Took even longer.
Narrator window.
Skip for now.
Scan. Welcome to narrator. Heading level 1. Exiting narrator.
$20.65 on 10/10/19. So it takes like a year for them to drop 90%. Most people cover before that. How about Sundial? Sundial's still around. I remember somebody pitching me Sundial in prison. They're like, I think it has really good prospects. I'm like, what? Bruh, you know who you're talking to, bruh? Don't make me fuck you up, bruh. Come here. Get my vatos on you. Get my whole crew on you. Come here. Yeah, of course. Dime. Okay, the absolute high here was 130. No pun intended, I guess. Sí. Disculpe. Charlemagne the God. Okay, so first drawdown. This was rapid. Not all these are the same, I guess. This one was fucking instant. Instant coffee over here. This is like the great Hall of Fame of baggy history. Only took 55 days. Yeah, Justin, that's a good idea, actually. greatest the greatest bag holders of all time, the Bag Holder Hall of Fame. No, Piggly Wiggly was the original cult stock. Cult stocks have been around since the 20s. Don't get it fucked up. Damn, this was a fast one. Legendary bag holders. Bag Holder Hall of Fame. I took my whole paycheck, put it into AMC over and over again. I averaged down, hodling and hodling. Then it went down another 90%. Damn. Do 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 doom doom do 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 doom. Bag holders. They're the biggest baggies that have ever done it. They don't stop buying. Do 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 do. Bag holder trophy. I'm the biggest baggie in the whole game. I was long Sundial. I was long Dry Ships, Tilray, Nicola. Just diversified. You know how to invest like me? You know how to hodl? Man, Sundial was like kind of relatively recently. I do want to go see, like, do their baggies still believe in it? It's coming back. It's just MM's suppressing it. I hate it when my MMs suppress my shares for years and years and years. They have, do you know that they have shares locked away in the closet that they printed out and they never have to bring them back? They just laugh about it while you stay poor. They've got shares in the back. Here, I got some right here. Hold on. I printed out a whole bunch of shares. What do you got? AMC? Hold on. I got them right here. Look at all these shares. AMC. These are the ledgers. You got your Sundial shares right here. I printed 10 million of those. I never have to clear them. It's just free money. I printed 10 billion AMC shares. 20 billion GME shares. You don't have to do shit. You can't do shit to me. I'm a market maker, baby. It's like a, I don't know, it's like a tall tale or an old wives' tale for the stock market. It's like a conspiracy theory for the stock market. Why'd you lose all this money? Well, let me tell you a story. Did you know? All right, Nicola's a pretty good one. This one was pretty parabolic itself. High here, 23.91. This is split adjusted, obviously. What's crazy is there are all these every year.
All right, Nikola took no time. Nikola took 41 days. That's the most rapid bag holder conversion ratio. 41 days to lose half your money. From peak to down 50%. Ooh, that's baggy. How about down 75%? $90 days to lose 75% of your money. No, I don't remember NAK. NAK. QMCO is fucking nuts. I should have never traded that one at all. The Nikola guy is out of jail. He's chilling. Those weren't parabolic, quick, bubbles. But Nortel was, very interesting stock from back then. JDS Uniphase SDL, those might work. Any other ones from back then? Yeah, Valiant kind of is one. We have Zoom. Fine, I'll add Nortel. What else? What were some of those other optical networking stocks and some of those other chip stocks? K-Bio was like very, like, the downside came, it's just so weird. Crocs, I remember that. Make sure you sign up for Godel, guys. GodelTerminal.com. Ion Q dropping somewhat aggressively here. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah, I gotta go look at those old charts, Will. Yeah, I guess we could do Chinese companies, sure.
Order filled.
Oh, do I dabble in crypto? I do. Sorry guys, I'm just looking at some of my daily activity here. I went ham on this stock at 9:30 to 9:45. Dark pools. Damn, I really let it go. I let it off. Okay, done with that.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I need real food. I haven't eaten all day. Buy Rigetti, drive Bugatti. What do you guys think? Looks pretty bearish to me, right? You think that's bullish? They had two rallies that failed at 1860. And you've seen lower lows since. The bounces off 1780 are there for sure. But it can break through that. It's 10 cents away from that. It's not about technical analysis. It's much more on... Yeah, you should pardon me. It's more about price action. Rigetti has the mind of the retailer. But yeah, Cupid's a good short too. Cupid's a really good short. I'll short a little bit. D-Wave. D-Wave and Quantum Sciences. QUBT is hard to borrow, but D-Wave is not. People don't even know what they're buying. Like,
Order partially filled.
there you go.
Order filled.
Okay, Andrew. Isn't IBM in the lead? Yeah, it can. Yeah. QSI is probably going to go down the fastest, right? It's fucking looking disgusting chart. Disgusting. Just need an uptick. Oh, a lot of people are going to make money from AI. Mostly the users. Look at Lay's. Lay's is looking also disgusting.
Order filled.
I don't know what the fuck they do. What a press release title. Oh, QSI is going to bag everyone. Nice. Not a real estate guy.
Order partially filled.
Just give me some upticks, baby. No, Othmane, I don't have to. I
I'm gonna have to check online. The dream of every rich person is for people to think they're worth a lot less than they are. That is the goal. It's gonna be a while, Rose. It's gonna be a while. Maybe 14? I don't know what that is, Kai. Sorry. Rather gullible. Yeah, Meta's unbelievable that he has his ear to the ground so well. I was recommending Zuckerberg to those guys. Seems like he got.
Order filled.
I was recommending those guys speak with Zuckerberg. I'm sure Zuckerberg's people were recommending on the other side. Ah! Good job, Drax. Good job. Yeah, I think you have to add as it goes down. Thanks, Rose. I need some coffee. Nibbles and Trashy are probably sleeping. Yeah, I know, BB, Sarah baby. I did it to myself.
Order partially filled. Order partially filled.
Ooh, I'm getting Lay's and QSI filled. Give me that. Oh, shit. Yeah, I thought you were a chick for the longest time. Periscope.
Order filled. Order partially filled.
Okay, so Trump's talking about war. Aight. Invest in some nuclear bombs. You know what that's from? This ain't trading places. This is real fucking life. Wu-Tang Financial. Wu-Tang Financial. There's Sarah and there's Sasha. But Sarah, I didn't know really compared to Sasha.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
All right, I'm back in QMCO.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I try to just place them around the current price and then in the money as I need. Apologies to anybody who's not a rap fan. Oh shit.
Ain't this what they've been waiting for? You ready? I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that, to shine like this. In a matter of time I spent on some locked up shit in the back of the paddy wagon, cuffs locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Got shorty, she tryna bless me like I said I chew. Like a nigga sneeze, nigga please for them trick and squeeze, I'm getting cream. Never let them hoes get in between of what we started. Little nigga, but I'm lying hearted. They love me when I was stuck and they hated when I departed. I go and get it regardless. Draw it like I'm an artist, no crawling. Went straight to walking with foreigns in my garages. All foreign bitches menaging, fucking sucking and swallowing anything for $1. They tell me get him, I got him, got him. I did it without an album. I did shit with Mariah. Little nigga, I'm on fire. Icy as a hockey ring, Philly nigga, I'm flyer. When I bought the Rolls Royce, they thought it was lease. Then I bought that new Ferrari, hey, to rest in peace. Hey, to rest in peace to the parking lot. Phantom so big, can't even fit in the parking spot. You ain't talking about my niggas, then what you talking about? Gangsters move in silence, nigga, and I don't talk a lot. I don't say a word. I don't say a word. Was on my grind and now I got what I deserve. Fuck, nigga. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished. When I bought the ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was rented. Flexing on these niggas, I'm like Popeye on the spinach. Double M, yeah, that's my team. Rose, the captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type of can the men cast and grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new bitch, she'll ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hands strapped on my toes. Cause these niggas want me dead, and I gotta make it back home. Cause my mama need that bill money, my son needs some milk. These niggas try to take my life, they fuck around, get killed. You fuck around, you fuck around, you fuck around, get smoked. Cause these Philly niggas I bought with me don't fuck around, no joke. No, all I know is murder. When it come to me, I got young niggas that's rolling. I got niggas throwing bees. I done did the DOA, I done did the KODs. Every time I'm in that bitch, I get the throwing 30 G's. But now I'm hanging
All right.
I'm riding down, no collar. They let my nigga earn back home, that young nigga be wildin'. We young niggas, we...
Nice fella. Meek is nice. He's a little strong-headed. Fuck you say, Skrelly? Strong-headed? Yeah, I'm just saying you're a little intense sometimes, man. Yeah, Meek and Diddy had a... Some people think had a relationship. I don't know if that's true or not.
Order filled.
There's this theory in the black community that there's this big gay hip-hop cabal. Yeah, he just got shouted out by another rapper the other day. Listen, I'm very happy if Rigetti goes down 8% a day for the next month. Cool, man. That's cool. It's cool. Remember, we lose a day of vol for the president's death. Jimmy Carter's funeral will be held on
Autofilled.
Thursday, I believe. That will be a day off, so you lose a day of volatility. Make sure you price accordingly. Yeah, I'm not a big trapped ion guy myself. I'm not delta neutral now, I'm short. Come on, dogs. I'm directional,
Order partially filled.
and I got a little bit
Autofilled.
of contracts to play with. Oh, my food was delivered? Well, let's talk about that, Dan, when I get back. Don't go anywhere, because I want to talk about scaling. Okay, sorry about that. I had to get this food. Yeah, Dan, so one of the things that one of the things about trapped ion is that the ions are in this like linear conformation, right? Well, don't get any insider information. That's not a smart idea. So you have an ion, 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 etc. I guess one question is, can you spatially orient them so that they go like this and you get more of a matrix or cube? And then do this in 3 dimensions? Or do you need like space? And at what point do these lasers, you have a laser, but you also have, you can create like a deflector or a mirror that sits here and then refracts the laser, like, you know, as well to over here, and then, you know, sort of controls, you know, all the ions. Or is it just, you know, yeah, forget, not even about the interconnects yet, like connecting each unit to each unit for sure. But I think just simply managing all the states, or managing, no, use the superposition of the ions. Oh, I see. Okay, from the... Well, you're not trying to measure it, but yeah, I mean, the no pressure vacuum. Probably gets disturbed as you fuck around with it, right?
Autofilled.
I'm familiar with that, Dan, but I guess what I'm more interested in is this idea that they could actually scale more easily within one unit. They can't keep the quantum state between two units. That's ridiculous. They're room temperature. That's not ion Q. Yeah, they've had problems with trucks driving by, collapsing the state. I read some error correction papers. I started LAES a few minutes ago. I will continue to short LAES. But QBTS is probably
Autofilled.
one of the better ones. QSI is really good.
Autofilled.
Ion Q is good because it's liquid. Some of these other ones are a little spicy. It's not hard to hedge a short portfolio with SPY. I'm short every single thing on this list except Carvana and ARQQ. Look at Soundhound. That's a good question, Justin.
Autofilled.
Yeah, I didn't get the Carvana short, but I didn't do much in the accounting side. I'd like to look at the accounting.
Orderfeld. Orderfeld.
Yeah, I still want to make sure I understand the accounting. That's not too much to ask, bro. It ain't too much to ask. They're selling tranches of fucking all kinds of shit.
Order partially filled.
Financial engineering.
Orderfeld.
Trying to do some financial engineering on my ass. They're doing origination. This is a financials company. I just want to understand it. You know, I've never said short Carvana. Ever. Did you call them consumer or industrial? I would call them retail. They're a weird form of retail, right? Tranches and shit. Here's a Wu-Tang toilet bowl freshener. Method Man saying it's got enzymes and shit.
Order partially filled.
Gap fill.
Orderfeld.
Gap fillers. Oh, Red Man Potty Fresh. Here we go.
It's real shitty down here.
What? It's Redman.
Hey, where do you get these stains from with your stinking ass?
It's just so hard to keep my toilet white.
Well, baby, that's why I got the new toilet freshener. My shit is the bomb, bitch. I'm telling you.
Redman. Well, how does it work?
Well, the motherfucker works like spray it in the toilet and the enzymes and shit collaborate together, make some kind of mixture and get all that shit you got. You got celery and lima beans and corn and chicken bones and shit in here.
It was yummy going down.
You need something? Why not call on your man? Holla!
Redman Potty Fresh. The only toilet bowl cleaner with enzymes and shit that collaborate together to make some kind of mixture that gets your toilet bowl sparkling white.
You got those awful stains out.
Flush the toilet with your pancake ass, bitch!
Sorry.
Hey, Redman toilet freshener. I'll get the brown out.
Breakthrough therapy designation is not that big of a deal. Yeah, the problem I had last time I looked at Carvana with shorting Carvana is that the growth is just really high. So why would you short something where the revenue growth is booming? It's kind of tough to do. But I'll take a second look. Won't hurt.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Let me get my charger out.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Wow. Regulators, mount up.
Order filled.
No, haven't heard the Spanish one. No, bubbles are mostly caused by greed. Greed of longs.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled.
I have a medium-sized commute. We have a lot more to talk about on the quantum side. No, my office is in Midtown. This is definitely the second bedroom. One of my favorite songs before I take a break here. Who do you think's marking them?
right, brand new. I am a nightmare. Quantum's a nightmare, both ways, up and down. So, you know the stocks. Sign up for Godel, godelterminal.com. I'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to take a break, and we'll be back to finish our thesis on quantum, amongst other things. Maybe we'll even put it out. I don't think we can get to put it out today, but maybe we try. If not, we can put it out tomorrow, and maybe people will read it. Who knows? Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Just give me a moment.
Order filled.
I haven't looked at B. Riley. Don't know anything about it.
Order filled.
I'm not sure the AVXL, the JP Morgan thing is going to be a big catalyst, but I mean, I think it's a good short regardless.
Order filled.
No, Darren, they don't.
Any book on options will teach you them.
Yes, I'm still short IonQ. Well, when you're short, you got to make sure even the wildly optimistic possibility is still overvalued. I do. No earnings would, or when you have these huge bumps and then you look at their earnings, they don't do a conference call. It's just like, oh, we had 5 million in revenue or 2 million in revenue, and we lost 20 million bucks. That's not reassuring. I'm not sure on MicroStrategy. I don't know. They may never get liquidated. They do have to pay back the debt though. going to do Substack. It depends on the price, David. Call that pumping?
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I see it now.
Bulletin received.
It is pumping a little.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Let's hit it.
Order partially filled.
I'm gonna hit it raw. It was at this price literally yesterday.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
IgA nephropathy? I don't know. I have to look at the data.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Doop-a-doop-boop, doop-a-doop-a-doop-boop. I read both books and PDFs. Did IonQ do a SPAC or did they do their own? I think they may have done IPO. Nope. It was a SPAC.
Order filled.
No, Sean. You might be too early.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled.
You guys know what maker taker is?
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Who's got the MOAS? Human blow 5. Somehow down 10% almost. DJT even bleeding. Man, MicroStrategy's down 10%. Oh, doubted Scully. Okay. You doubted him.
Order filled. Order filled.
Two-step. I got a little two-step. I'll even do a little spin around. Fuck it.
Order partially filled.
There you go,
Order
Zach.
received.
Yeah, the whole idea of a maker taker is if you're making liquidity, you're taking liquidity. So if you post a limit order,
Order
you
partially
should be able to trade for free.
filled. Order filled.
If you're taking liquidity away, you got to pay a trading fee, 10 basis points. I'm sorry, 10 basis points. Mils is what they call them, and they're just thousandths of a cent, millicents.
Order partially filled.
Love me some OS.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yes, all market orders take liquidity, correct. People have figured out what the mousetraps are. 30% still really good after fees. Remember, there's fees too. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Smoking crack every day. Laughing. That's the jingle bell crack rock.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Well, Honeywell spun everything out into Quantinium, right? Sexual harassment, panda.
Order partially filled.
What a great South Park.
Order filled.
Boom, 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 boom. Dark pools. They're so dark. And pool-like. No, dark pools are kind of a meme.
Order filled.
Investment banker, you basically just have to be really likable and know a lot of people and be able to work a room. That's the job of an investment banker. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's what an investment banker does. Well, if you work a little bit in the corporate world or on Wall Street, you'll figure it out pretty quick. All right, bud? It's an important job. All right, bud? All right. All right, bud? All right. All right, buddy? All right. College Park. Quants. If you're generally unlikable, quants, back office. You could be an analyst. Meet me in the trap. It's going down. Meet me in the club. It's going down. Meet me in the ion trap. It's going down. Dun, 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 dun. I need a driver's license before I get a Lambo.
Order partially filled.
I don't need to check wisdom. I can check Godel. You don't want to be exit liquidity no more. I don't know, Savage. Jesus Christ. I don't fucking know you.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I don't fucking know you, bro. Yeah. Just do SPY, equity, focus. Make it as big as you want. Are you asking for your account or for my account? Nah, man, you don't tell me what to look at. Not unless you're a Godel customer. And this quantum shit is one of the best damn opportunities I've ever seen. Just hang in there. Survive. Yeah, one of the reasons is IMQ has a great CTO or CSO named Chris Monroe. I like Chris a lot too. He's really bright. I'm using all kinds of options, in the money all the way to out the money. No way, swag. Where'd you hear that?
We knew something was in the air.
Everyone said you're completely crazy.
I knew this was the way to go. It was an electric atmosphere. Something they hadn't heard before.
Authorized documentary of Led Zeppelin, sweet. Everyone wants them to get back together.
It was like a gift from heaven.
In IMAX, February 7th, in theaters.
I definitely want to see that in theaters.
It appears that the band Brand New has reunited this weekend for a secret show in Nashville, Tennessee. This was the band's first time playing together since 2017 at what has been dubbed a private event for friends and family. Guests were asked to not take or share photos or video and took place at Nashville's Inglewood Lounge on December 15th. The band performed multiple unreleased songs as well as a cover by Pedro the Lion called Bands with Managers and a cover of Mattresses Underwater by the band Color Revolt, in addition to At the Bottom, Wait, Batter Up, and Jesus Christ. The event was a benefit in honor of Jesse and his wife Andrea's late son Miles, with some fans of Brand New speculating that he took his own life at age 15 just years ago. The charity called Mom's Skate Club, launched by Andrea Lacey, says the following on their website. In 2021, after hearing me mention that I would like to learn how to ollie, my son Miles brought me a skateboard for Christmas. Excitedly, I asked my friend Camille to make me 2 sweatshirts, one for myself and one for a friend whose kid had also bought her a skateboard. They said Mom's Skate Club on them. Mine arrived in late February, days after Miles had died. Last year, on Miles' birthday, we offered the sweatshirt for sale and the response we received was tremendous. It felt good to have something to smile about on such a sad day, something that felt inspired by him and that he would have liked. Through the sale, we were able to raise over $11,000, which we donated to the On-Site Foundation. In 2017, the band's frontman Jesse Lacey was accused of sexual misconduct involving a minor, which subsequently led to touring member Kevin Devine pulling out of their tour following the
Yeah, I have YouTube Premium.
allegations. Following this, 2 more women came forward with additional allegations and their UK tour was subsequently cancelled. In an official statement acknowledging his wrongdoing, he said, "I was selfish, narcissistic, and insensitive in my past, and there are a number of people who have had to shoulder the burden of my failures. I apologize for the hurt I have caused and hope to be able to take the correct actions to earn forgiveness and trust. I am sorry for how I have hurt people, mistreated them, lied, and cheated. I'm sorry for ignoring the way in which my position, status, and power as a member of a band affected the way people viewed me or their approach to their interactions with me. And I am sorry for how often I have not afforded women the respect, support, or honesty that they deserved." The band are believed to be performing more shows come 2025. Take this with a grain of salt because it has not yet been officially confirmed. Just last September, Jesse Lacey performed a solo show at the East Side Bowl in Nashville. This one, much like Brand New's performance on Sunday night, was also a secret show with attendance from only friends and family. What do you make of all this? Are you feeling strange and conflicted? Or do you think Jesse Lacey and the band have taken the steps towards some sort of rehabilitation to step back into the spotlight again? Let me know in the comments below and stay tuned to comment below for
Rehabilitation.
more.
Man, their fans don't give a fuck. He was a rock star. Rock stars talk to girls, man. Yeah, no, Ken, I have YouTube Premium and YouTube TV and Netflix and Fubo and ESPN Plus and Amazon Prime. I have every kind of way to watch TV on the internet. I just don't have it on this account. Hey, read the 10K. It's not that hard. They'll get smashed on their own. They don't have to make a bad announcement. Tilray didn't make a bad announcement. Board Ape Yacht Club didn't have to make a bad announcement. They just all implode on themselves. So don't worry. Just stay in the trade. Don't get too greedy that you get knocked out of the trade. And don't get too scared that you're not in the trade.
Order filled.
I do music. I don't want to pay much for Vol. But you can, I mean, whatever you prefer. Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to watch, I guess. I don't have it anymore, Max. I think I used to. Right now, I'm just looking at these quantum stocks because I really want to get this out of the way. And then I can work on whatever else you guys want me to work on. Give me pure energy. Heart is glowing fluorescent. I want you to possess it. Another prophecy come true. I just been goddamn into you. Da, 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 da. No catalyst required. The C word, man. You and your goddamn catalysts. They had a 11-bit, a 20-bit, or 20 qubit.
2021 10K. Fucking trash ass 20 qubit computer. What the fuck is that? Fucking waste of time. Wasting my goddamn time. Okay. They had 2.099. No, I am just short stock and long calls. Yeah, absolutely. James, or you think you could help me? I think Martoma's still in prison now. Did he get released? I don't know why X is doing what they're doing. I don't know that. I don't know how many. Honestly, Nevin, I think it's going to be thousands, if not millions. No, it's not a stupid question, Musty. It's a really good question. I've been thinking that myself. I mean, I'm not sure the world needs all the H100s that we've kind of been convinced that we needed. We've been, I don't know, we've kind of been like LARPed into needing them. $50.90, so nerfed. That's the magic question, Junior. That's what it's all about. Everything else in the model is just a function of that, right? It's literally all there is to it. So the way I like to think about discount rates is generally mostly through a relative lens. So I try to look at what other companies have either as an implied discount rate, because discount rates are kind of implicit. If you have the earnings of the company, you can see what the market's paying. So you know what the market's paying, you know what the discount rate is. So then you judge, well, is Microsoft riskier than Amazon? I think maybe about the same, but probably Microsoft's less risky. It's probably one of the least risky companies there is. Then you say, okay, is Datadog riskier than Intuit? Nah, Intuit's probably a lot less risky. Is Adobe less risky than Intuit? Maybe about the same, you know, and you just make changes based on 50 basis points or 1%, depending. But, you know, valuation is less about just crunching numbers and saying, okay, the model revealed a bargain, I'm going to just buy it blindly. That's not really the way I do it. It may look like that, but that wouldn't lead to really good results. I think the model helps you think about what is required to see certain operating results from the company. Is it 30x more advanced, or is it 8x the chips? Gotta mind your P's and Q's over there. It's pretty complicated, takes a lot of time.
Yeah, earnings yield is, pretty. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a summation. Whether you look at it via earnings yield or PE or whatever, you're sort of trying to do a summation one way or another. And the best way to do a summation is term by term. But if you want to do a summation less, a little less sophisticated, you can do that. Nothing wrong with that either. Just got to be aware of the pitfalls of doing a summation that way. Shout out to Taylor Series. Yeah, go back to GameStop. Another prophecy come true. I've just been goddamn mean to you. You can delta hedge any stock. You just are making an implicit bet on intraday volatility, which, you got to decide, is this the kind of stock that's going to go up and down a lot and give me opportunities to get in and out? All right, so I want to see what they said about their customers and their 10K for 2022. Well, it depends. I mean, if you're delta neutral, the way you make money is on the adjustments between of the stock going up and down rapidly, both the common underlier and then the options you're trading. You can be long vol or short vol depending, but either way, you're sort of going to have to express an opinion on vol if you're not going to express an opinion on the direction of the underlier.
I mean, my opinion of Avanex has not changed.
I don't know. That's a good one, Dark Triad. I gotta think about that. Let me think on it. It's also tough to trade those contracts that have no expiry. Jump to buy Greenland. Let's go. Huh. Scorpion Capital. Look at these guys. They don't give a shit. Poorly researched 183-page deck. Damn. Where's it at? Let me get that. Damn. Okay, I will be right back. Just need a 5-10 minute break. Don't go anywhere. Hi, thanks for waiting. All right, I want to read this. Yeah, if nobody's short, then how's it going to squeeze? I don't think any hedge funds are still short. GameStop, I think what you're talking about is a long squeeze, which is just a prayer of a mania or a bubble, which, unless they've actually turned the corner on their business or do an acquisition, it's hard to imagine it going up. I hope they do an acquisition. Market's looking a little unhealthy. Yeah, it's 65 billion of shorts. That's not that much. There's $10 trillion of stocks.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Are you one of the truthers about shorts? You think there's like secret shares that are... in the dark pools? The fake shares?
Order filled. Order partially filled.
What the hell's going on? What the hell's going on right now? Yeah, I'm still short AVXL. It's costing me quite a lot today, but what are you gonna do? Don't put your whole account in one stock unless you know it's about to go down. Like if you saw a research report from Martin Shkreli, then you can go all in. On the impossible.verselapp.com, you know that's when you should start thinking about going all in. That's the bat signal. Oh, that's cool, Darren. That's the fucking bat signal, man.
Order filled.
Order filled. They don't want you to have upticks.
Order filled.
Everyone has their own style.
Order filled.
Some people hate buying premium. Some people love buying premium. Some people hate selling premium. Some people love selling premium. Some people love going all in. Some people hate going all in. Some people can stomach losses. Some people hate losses. You got to decide.
Order filled.
You got to decide, homie. It's your choice. I don't run your portfolio. I don't press buy and sell. If I did, it would have 2 extra zeros next to it, but that's a whole other story. Aha! I like about 2 milli. I like about 2 milli.
Order filled.
Yeah, right? I'm
Order
talking
filled.
about the right side of the decimal, not on the left. Feel me? You feel me? A little 2 milli, I like 2 milli. Yeah, King Era, I'm going to do some kind of tutorial again. I have to watch my old tutorials, see how I did them, to do the new tutorials. I like that shorter. I think you're looking for a different word, but your lack of experience reveals your stupidity. I have increased and decreased it. At this exact second, I am short 69,000 shares. I'm starting to increase it as it drops. I'm gonna get back to 100K. But this has been a touch and go fucking odyssey,
Order
man.
partially
Like,
filled.
these stocks have
Order
gone
filled.
up and down and up and down. It's been painful. They're mostly gone up. But every time they've gone down, you know, they've been head fakes. Does anybody remember Little Dealio? Who's that guy, Lil Dealy? I was like 10x leveraged on Sava. Yeah, something like that, Alex. I don't know much about US Steel. Yes, me and my colleagues created Godel. I don't know VAL. No, it's some streamer who comes in here every now and then to talk shit. He's from Toronto. He's the toughest man in Canada. He's like, come say that to me in Toronto. I'm like, oh man. You grew up in the mean streets of Brooklyn, New York. You grew up in the mean streets of Toronto, Canada? Oh, you and Drake throwing gang signs? Make me laugh. Toronto. I'm sorry, bro. I just don't think you're that tough, bro. I don't know, bro. You might not be that tough. Excuse me for saying this, but I think you're a pussy, bro. I'm sorry I said that. I just feel maybe you're a pussy. I'm sorry, bro. Man, I used to get on the Cupid train and get jumped by a bunch of kids playing dice. They'd stop playing dice, and then I knew what time it was. I put down my book bag. What's up? Let's go. Pop! Get smacked by one kid. Hit him back. Tut, tut. Another kid jumps on my back. Ah! Yeah, I get my ass whooped sometimes. It is what it is, bud. Listen, bud. Not to sound rude, bud. I'll put you in the snow, bud. Don't drown you in this maple syrup, bud. Me and the Mounties. QMCO is a microcap. What's up, Harbs? Never heard of it. Okay.
As long as I don't pet the cat. Oh, nice. I'd like to head down there. You going Borgata? Yeah, I love that KD. No, I can pet her. I just have to wash my hands after, not touch my face with it. People go to AC to play poker. Yeah, I mean, Farcoin is down because everything momentum-y is down. There's not much. You can solve a linear equation that just tells you what the momentum factor is. Yeah, Karthik, of course. Who is Scorpion Capital anyway? I'll talk to this guy. Kerr Kalin. Oh, he was at Seligman. Interesting. Oh, he was at Tiger. Interesting. Do I know this guy? I might know this guy.
Starting to get spooky out there. Starting to get a little spooky.
Order filled.
I read both physical books, of course, and PDFs.
Autofilled.
What's up, Ken?
Yes, nibbles, yes. It has to go down. I have so... I have so many comments on X. It's hard to keep track of all of them. E-Wave is definitely great. Great short. Yeah, that's a good idea. New York Islanders. I'll make sure I do that. Thank you. Your feedback's really useful, man. Thank you, everyone who provides feedback on Goodell. Market's closed. I'm lost in the sauce. This looks funny.
Today I'm using Upwork to hire a WordPress developer. I'm going to try using Upwork AI. It's great that you can just write a couple of sentences and they...
First, what I wanted to do was this talk is about basically being able to compare various hardware platforms. And we have teams which have started working on the generation after. And so I think within those kinds of generations, you'll see those kinds of numbers that are showing up, that should show up at its sufficient fidelity that none of these things will matter kind of going forward.
In the benchmark that you showed, actually what you are doing is only fidelity of a single algorithm. Why do you don't use fidelity of the general unitaries that you can build? So like you're only benchmarking on one specific problem instead of universal problem. So like I cannot verify my quantum device based on a single problem case.
Well, I'm not. We think that you could use this particular algorithm, but now that you have access to lots of different hardware, please. I mean, you saw from Julie how easy it is to change to run on different hardware. Use whatever benchmark that you want to be able to run it.
But this is not the idea of the benchmark. Benchmark should tell you about the performance, general performance of a device. Here I know the performance only on a single particular algorithm. Okay, I can select a suite of algorithms, but still this doesn't give me information about performance of a device, of a universal device, because I will have information about performance of, let's say, one trick pony. I want to have information about universality of your device. And from single algorithms, how many you want to pick, I will not be able to verify how your device is performing.
Maybe Chris, can you help on that one? Or Jung Sang?
Anybody? anybody else, please?
But I think it's a fantastic question. So that's why if you look at classical high-performance computing, and if you look at Linpack benchmark, for example, it is actually many dozens of different types of problems that represent a use case. Right? So I think over time, we talked about one today, but I think the industry will actually continue to add, depending on the nature of the problems that you guys want to use. We'll pick a very large number, over time, a growing number of representative algorithms to actually reflect the use case. So in that case, this is one of the very many that we want to.
Okay.
And to be honest, at the end of the day, what we'd love for the industry to have is many benchmarks.
Bunch of news after the close. Did Santa put out their data finally? Yeah, Santa put out their data. Let's see. This looks fake, right? Kind of buried the other data. I wonder if this will probably... I'm guessing this will probably keep going up. Oh, wow, that's a big market cap. We're just in such an environment where this kind of shit just will rally. I don't know. This is a tough one. They kind of buried their autoimmune data. Basically don't even want to release it. I don't think I would go long this. Hard to say, hard to say. Hasn't everyone done the science experiment already? Is it hard to borrow? Ah, hard to borrow. Well, if I can't short it, I should probably go long, right? Right? Fuck it. I need to trade it. I need to. I needs to.
First patient, one person. What do you guys think? Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. Buy then sell then buy. Buy, sell, buy, sell. I know it used to be short. I'm buying, I'm selling, I'm buying, I'm selling, I'm buying, I'm selling, I'm buying.
Order filled.
I'm selling, I'm buying, I'm selling, I'm buying, I'm selling, I'm buying, I'm buying.
Order filled.
Usually buying the news is the baggy selling. That's usually buying the news is baggy behavior. Almost always. Where's the bag? Let me wear a bag. I need a paper bag. Don't call me a bag holder. I'm a bag wearer.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm buying this the second I bought it, it dropped. And I only bought it because I can't short it. I'm a baggy. My 300 shares are worthless.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm a baggy. Look at this shit.
Order filled.
Oh, no, not again. Why do they keep buying? I set the buy limits at prices I thought couldn't be reached. Then they got reached and I got filled. It's not my fault. Cancel them. I don't want them anymore. Do I just call the broker? I don't want these shares. You can have them. I think I'll be okay with 400 shares. The market's closed. Let's go, GARP. Yeah, I'm obviously not being very serious here. I mean, this is some crackhead shit. Sometimes you want to trade the stock that's, you know, going to be the craziest. This shit's going to be pretty crazy tomorrow. This shit's crazy.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
What's the problem, Baggy? What's the fucking problem? Oh, that's my options orders getting canceled. That makes sense. Oh yeah, let's listen to this damn call. Baggy hours are about to begin. My company name is Microsoft. took a job in Azure.
Let's go.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Did IonQ announce something? Financing? They should do financing.
I wonder if they're gonna do financing. It's trading down. Anybody know? Anybody on the street? Morgan Stanley? Goldman? What's the plan, man? Let me in the deal. I didn't realize every dollar IonQ goes down, I make like 100 racks. Yeah, 100 racks. Call me 100.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Call me Mr. Heavy Bags. Call me that. No news, no SEC filings. Yo, it keeps dropping. 47 handle now. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck?
Order filled.
I'm up 200 G's. The fuck? What the fuck? I'm just gonna cover these. I'm gonna just reshort this tomorrow at 50. The fuck is happening, bro? Is everyone selling to buy Santa? That could be it, bruh. Fuck it, let's buy the cure for we should promote that Santa's the cure for diabetes. And people will sell their quantum. Yo, 46 handle.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Okay, options are closed after hours. Like, no, leave me alone. Are they doing a financing and like the people doing the financing know about it? So they're dumping?
Order cancelled.
Don't make no fucking sense, bro. Okay, looks like it's gonna recover. I think.
You are currently holding for today's final Biotechnology Uppsala data release conference call. At this time, we are admitting additional participants and plan to be underway shortly. Your patience is appreciated.
Charlie, I love it. Jensen took a shit on it. Let's go! Jensen dumping on this shit. Yeah, listen, that shit's fake. What Shkreli was telling you was correct. This shit is fake and gay.
likes his music. Oh yeah, if I were a conference call operator and announced data like this, I would tell the conference call lady, I'd say, listen, let me put this down, this is important. If I was the Santa guy, right, I would say, conference call lady, listen, tell them that due to an extremely large amount of participants, we're still enrolling callers and listeners, and the call will be delayed 5 minutes. People would be like, let me buy some more. And I'd be like, in 3 minutes, I'd be like, tell them it's going to be another 15 minutes due to the extreme volume for this specific call. People used to do that shit. Meanwhile, it's all electronic. There's no delays. Okay, so how do you trade this?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
We're gonna be up all night
Welcome
trading
to
this
the
bullshit.
Biotechnology Uppsala Data Release Conference Call.
Uppsala.
Our host for today's call is Nikki Keith, Sana's Vice President, Finance.
I'm on the offer to short some
all
IonQ right
participants
now,
are in
$46.99.
listen-only mode. Later, we will conduct a question and answer session.
Don't penny me.
I would now like to turn
Don't
the call
fucking
over
penny
to your
me.
host, Nikki Keith. You may begin.
Thank you, Jen. Welcome to our
Yeah, this is
Uppsala Data
Uppsala.
Release Conference Call.
Look, see, when it
Joining
starts
today's
landing like
call
that, that's
from
not
Sana
good.
Are Steve Haar, our President and
It's
Chief
not good. I'm
Executive
gonna dump
Officer.
this Santa, man. Fuck this.
Sonia Schreffer, our Head of the Hypoimmune Platform.
I'd love to short it
Devil
too.
Patel, our Chief Scientific Officer. And Gary Meininger, our Chief Medical Officer.
I'm out.
Earlier today, Sana released
out. I lost
top-line
$154.
results from the Uppsala investigator-sponsored
Gotta take losses
clinical
sometimes,
trial
dog.
by means of a press release that can be found on our website at www.sana.com. During this call, we will make a number of statements that are forward-looking, including statements regarding our vision, progress, and business plans, including related to our HIP technology and type 1 diabetes program, the potential impact and application of the data we will discuss today, including the possibility of developing a curative single treatment for type 1 diabetes, and the potential ability and impact of deriving an off-the-shelf allogeneic therapy that does not require immunosuppression at scale using our HIP technology. Forward-looking statements are subject to numerous risks and uncertainties, many of which are beyond our control, including the risks and uncertainties described from time to time in our
Jensen
E
SEC
just ended
filings.
quantum computing's whole
Our
career.
results may differ materially from those projected on today's call. We undertake no obligation to publicly update with any forward-looking statements. With that, I'll turn the call over to Steve.
Thank you, Nikki, and thanks to all for joining. We believe the data we will discuss today are transformative for Sana, the cell therapy field, and most importantly, patients with type 1 diabetes. Cell therapy has offered significant promise, but its impact has been limited in large part because of immune rejection of allogeneic cells. Sana's goal has been to change the field by overcoming this immune destruction. We make a series of genetic modifications to cells, which we call our hypoimmune
I know Steve, I
platform,
like
or
Steve.
HIP, rendering them invisible to a recipient's immune system. We have carefully studied and published preclinical data supporting this platform and developed foundational intellectual property to protect our investment. We have also released early results with SC291, an allogeneic CAR T targeting CD19, where data are consistent with the conclusion that cells with HIP gene modifications evade
I
immune
wish I could
detection.
short Santa, man.
That said, the most rigorous test in the area we think we can have the most transformative impact is in type 1 diabetes. Over the past several decades, patients with type 1 diabetes have begun to receive islet transplants, either from cadavers or
45
stem cell
handle.
derived. And many of these patients are off insulin therapy for over a decade. But they must take strong immunosuppression, which has meaningful side effects and limits impact. In order to make a curative cell therapy for the broad
It's
type 1
over.
diabetes population, we need to get rid of immunosuppression. We and our collaborators at Uppsala University in Sweden designed a study to explore whether HIP-modified
we eat
primary islet
tonight.
cells can evade immune detection, survive, and function after transplant into a patient with type 1 diabetes.
Every call I
As
own is
previously
worthless tomorrow.
discussed, we believe that a single patient in this study can be transformative. Without immunosuppression on modified
Can we
islet
see
cells
44
will
handle?
be rejected.
We about to see 44?
We have met all the goals for this study. The patient who received HIP-modified islet cells and no immunosuppression is doing well and is now making his own insulin for the first time in decades.
You trying to short
When
more? You
combined
finna
with
short more?
progress elsewhere in the field as well as
I'm
with
making
our
markets
own
over here,
hip-edited
right?
stem cell-derived pancreatic islets, today's data make
I'm
us
tightening this
optimistic
up.
that a
The
curative
bid-ask range. I'll
single
make you
treatment
anybody a
for
market.
type
Let's go.
1
How much you
diabetes,
need?
meaning normal blood
I'll sell you some. I'll
glucose
buy you some
with
from you.
no
I don't give a
insulin
fuck.
injections and
Let's
no
go.
immunosuppression is now likely inevitable. We still have work to do to make it a reality. That said, we have every intention of delivering this transformative therapy for patients.
Okay, we get Phil.
We also believe the immune evasion seen with pancreatic islet cells is generalizable across a number of cell types, and we will continue to press forward with this technology across our portfolio. Anybody with type 1 diabetes or with a family member or close friend with type 1 diabetes knows that insulin therapy is not curative and the tremendous lifelong burden that the disease and insulin therapy place on patients and their caregivers. Today, approximately 8.4 million people worldwide are living with type 1 diabetes, and current estimates are that unfortunately, prevalence will double over the next 15 years, meaning that almost 17 million people will have the disease. The current lifelong economic burden of type 1 diabetes is estimated to exceed $800 billion in the United States alone.
I'm listening.
Despite a number of recent advances, most patients do not reach recommended glucose targets.
I shouldn't have
and type
sold.
1
I sold it
diabetes
$5.
remains a
Lost
significant
$100.
unmet need. Insulin is not a cure, and the diabetes community is not satisfied.
Oh, stop.
Type 1 diabetes is a disease of missing beta cell, and replacing that
There's
cell
Rigetti, too.
has a
Rigetti
chance
going
to
to
be
shit.
curative. For the past several decades, some patients with type 1 diabetes have received an allogeneic primary
Rigetti's going to
islet cell
get
transplant.
more panicky than I am, too.
Some
I
of these
think,
patients
because
are
they're
now
really
off
some
insulin
baggies
for over
in
a
Rigetti.
decade, and the FDA approved the first primary islet therapy for
I'm
type 1
enjoying this
diabetes
shit.
in 2023. However,
I got
the
my
impact
shit
of
out,
these
stroking
therapies
it.
has been quite limited. The cadaveric source of the islet cells significantly limits the
Stroking that
scalability and
shit.
leads to meaningful variability in product quality. Patients also need strong immunosuppression. There just aren't that many patients for whom lifelong immunosuppression is better than lifelong insulin therapy. But the transplants have proven that replacing missing islet cells at the right dose can have transformative clinical impact.
Maybe it should
Over the
rally
past
anyway.
several
Fuck
years,
Johnson.
several groups have shown that it's possible to make pancreatic islets from stem cells. Transplanting stem cell-derived islets has led to meaningful early clinical benefit. Stem cell islets are likely a more consistent product and have the potential to help the scale challenge. However, little has been done to deal with the immune destruction of the transplanted cells, and recipients still require strong immunosuppression. Therefore, the final leg in the stool to create a potential curative therapy for type 1 diabetes is eliminating the need for immunosuppression. If we can show that we can transplant pancreatic islets without any immunosuppression and see them survive and function, at that point, we believe a cure becomes inevitable. We know we can dose higher over time given the progress elsewhere. The study we are discussing today was designed with that goal. We can then put all the elements together for SC451. It's worth briefly taking a step back to better understand our approach to allogeneic rejection and progress to date. There are two arms of the immune system, the adaptive immune system of B and T cells,
What about complement?
and the innate immune system of cells such as natural killer cells and macrophages. Knocking out the expression of MHC class 1 and class 2 can deal with the adaptive immune system, but natural killer cells kill cells without these proteins. Sana's insight is that overexpression of CD47 in the context of knocking out MHC class 1 and class 2 hides cells from both
He's saying
the innate
MHC,
and
by the
adaptive
way.
immune system. The team at Sana,
Oh,
led
shit,
by Dr.
4534.
who joined us at the founding of the company after a career studying transplant immunology, most recently as a professor at UCSF, and who you will hear from shortly, has made significant progress over many years in understanding this biology. We have published multiple papers in Cell, Nature, and Science journals, updating the scientific community on many aspects of this progress. I want to highlight one study with particular impact for type 1 diabetes. We have previously shown that transplanted allogeneic pancreatic islets in non-human primates leads to rapid immune rejection of the cells. In this study, we explored whether hip-edited pancreatic islets could survive and reverse type 1 diabetes. First, we induced type 1 diabetes in the animal chemically. We then isolated islets
Careful
from the
when you trade
pancreas of
after
healthy
hours. Don't
allogeneic
fat finger
non-human
this
primates
shit.
and made the hip gene edits.
Don't fuck it up.
After developing type 1 diabetes, the animal required insulin therapy to manage the blood glucose and to survive. After 2 months, the team transplanted modified pancreatic islets, and the non-human primate maintained essentially normal blood glucose for months.
One wrong
with
button.
no insulin or immunosuppression. 6 months after
we
transplant,
liquidating some people
we infused
tomorrow.
the animal with an antibody to CD47,
We may liquidate him tonight.
which, as expected, led to immune clearance of the cells. The animal rapidly redeveloped diabetes, proving the transplanted cells led to the benefit. On the right-hand side of the slide, you see the measurement of C-peptide. Pancreatic beta cells make proinsulin, which is cleaved into equal amounts of C-peptide and insulin when secreted, making C-peptide a direct measurement of insulin production. The C-peptide levels show the animal making its own insulin and correspond to the clinical benefit on the left. This study is the first and only study that we are aware of that shows a reversal of type 1 diabetes in a non-human primate without the use of any immunosuppression. We embarked with collaborators at Uppsala University to understand if the survival and function seen in preclinical studies and in humans with SC291 translated into people with type 1 diabetes. In essence, the study replicates this non-human primate study with 3 important differences. First, it is in humans, allowing us the opportunity to definitively understand the platform in people. Second, the etiology of type 1 diabetes is autoimmune rather than drug-induced, meaning that we will need to overcome both allogeneic and autoimmune rejection of the transplanted cells. And third, as a first-in-human study, we examine a low dose of hip-modified islets to initially establish the safety and function without immunosuppression. And as a result, it is not intended to show improvement in glycemia and or reduction in insulin administration. Instead, we embarked optimistic that we might be able to see sustained secretion of C-peptide. I will now turn the call over to Sonia to walk you through the results of the study.
Thank you, Steve. UP421 is the world's first hypoimmune or hip-edited allogeneic primary islet cell graft transplanted into a patient with type 1 diabetes without any immunosuppression. This clinical study was a first-in-human investigator-sponsored trial, or IST. The sponsor is Uppsala University Hospital with Dr. Per-Ola Karlsson as the principal investigator. The patient was dosed in early December, and we are now reporting the interim analysis data 4 weeks after the transplantation. The patient received allogeneic hypoimmune, or so-called modified pancreatic islet cells, into the forearm muscle, and the drug product is named UP421. It's important to note that the study was not designed to show improvement in glycemia and or reduction in exogenous insulin administration, but rather to demonstrate safety, immune evasion, and cell survival without immunosuppression. The target cell dose was low and reflects approximately 2 to 7% of the amount of islet cells needed for insulin independence. The transplantation was performed with matching blood types between donor and recipient. The recipient's HbA1c was 10.9%. He is 42 years old and has had type 1 diabetes for several decades. The manufacturing of UP421 took 7 days, and the drug product passed all release criteria. The transplantation was performed at Uppsala University Hospital without any immunosuppressive medication. So no steroids, no supportive medication.
What are you talking about, Moon?
Cell survival. You see on the pictures here the procedure and the team.
Why are you calling me bitch?
All interim primary and secondary endpoints were met. The primary endpoint of safety was achieved and no adverse or severe adverse events related to the drug product were reported. I will now go into further details on the secondary.
It's gonna be the kind of thing where like every normie is gonna see this tomorrow in like the news. Santa cures type 1 diabetes, you know?
Were detectable by production of stable levels of circulating C-peptide, a marker of insulin production. In contrast, the patient didn't have detectable C-peptide before he received the transplant. As you can see in the graph, the baseline is below the limit of detection. 7 days after the hip islet transplantation, the C-peptide is present and remains stable at all time points through day 28, demonstrating the survival and the function of the cells. The measured C-peptide level is correlated with the low cellular dose transplanted. The red curve shows the 28 days after hip islet transplantation. C-peptide is present and stimulated in the mixed meal tolerance test, or
I love that somebody asked Jensen, hey, what do you think of quantum?
The flat gray line in the graph,
Hold up.
which shows that the C-peptide before the transplantation was below the limit of detection during
Whoever
the
asked him that question, I will pay that man. I will give that man some money.
The magnetic resonance imaging, or MRI,
Thank
shows further evidence of graft survival 28 days after transplantation. The red arrows in the zoomed-in picture indicate the location of some examples of the injected cells. No inflammation and no safety or pathological related observations were made by the radiologist. The immune analysis was performed using the donor islet cells and the patient's different immune compartments containing T cells, donor-specific antibodies for the adaptive immunity, and natural killer or NK cells for the innate immunity and whole blood. On the left, you see the drug product contains a mixture of hip and non-hip islet cells, which is an opportunity for us because now we can analyze the immune response of the patient against these different cell populations. As you can see, hip islet cells have HLA-1/2 knockout and CD47 overexpression. The double knockout or DKO islet cells have HLA-1 and 2 eliminated, but don't overexpress CD47. And the wild type islet cells express HLA class 1 and class 2. On this slide, you see the immune response of the patient's T cells at several time points after the transplantation. The data on the left for the wild type islets show a high blue bar at day 7, indicating the peak of the patient's T cell response. The bars then decline over time. This T cell activation results in killing of the wild type islet cells, as you can see in the killing assays at the bottom. The very same T cells of the patient are showing no activation or killing of the double knockout islet cells or the hip islet cells at any time point. This slide shows the development of donor-specific antibodies by the patient's B cells against the wild-type islet cells. On the left, you see the high blue bar at day 7 after transplantation, and then as expected, the switch from the IgM to the IgG antibodies around day 14. The donor-specific antibodies did not bind to the double knockout islet cells.
And you know they're going to try to do a
islet
financing
cells,
too.
Since the antibodies recognize the donor
They're like,
HLA,
oh, okay,
it
we
has
better
been
do a
knocked out.
financing while we can.
So far, the data in the middle and the
Jensen
right
shitting
column
on us.
look similar. Double knockout and hip islet cells are overcoming the adaptive immune barrier due to their HLA knockout. However, in the innate immune analysis, you can now see why the CD47 overexpression is needed. The patient's NK cells killed the double knockout islet cells as expected due to the missing cells. The hip islet cells on the right were not killed by the NK cells due to the CD47 overexpression. To study the adaptive and the innate immune responses together in a high-bar study, the patient's whole blood immune cells and the serum containing antibodies, complement, were incubated with the donor islet cells. As you can see, the wild-type islet cells were killed due to an adaptive immune response. The double knockout islet cells were killed by innate immune cells. But hip islet cells on the right were not killed at any time point. In these videos, you can see with your own eyes how hip islet cells evade the adaptive and the innate immune killing. To visualize the islet cells, we state them for the videos in green. Wild-type islets are on the left, double knockout islet cells you see in the middle, and hip islet cells are on the right. These videos show the data at the day 7 after transplantation, which was the peak of the immune response. So you see how fast the wild-type islets are killed by the adaptive immunity and the double knockout islet cells by the innate immunity. And you can see how the hip islet cells of the donor are evading the recipient's immune response and are not killed. In summary, this first-in-human safety trial demonstrates at the interim analysis that the transplantation of hip primary islet cells is safe, with no adverse or severe adverse events related to the drug product. Stable C-peptide after transplantation with increase after the mixed meal tolerance test demonstrated survival and function of the hip islet cells, which is supported by the MRI. The drug product was a mixture of partially and fully gene-edited islet cells, which allowed us for detailed immune response analysis. Immune responses against all partially edited islet cells were observed, but hip primary islet cells evaded the allogenic and autoimmune responses in spite of the rejection of partially edited islet cells. This proof of concept study for the hip platform shows that transplanted fully allogenic islet cells survive and function without any immunosuppression. So my vision for the future is that this platform provides off-the-shelf therapies without the need for immunosuppression for anyone, anytime, anywhere. And now I will turn over to Daval to discuss progress with SC451, our hip-edited stem cell-derived pancreatic islet program.
Shit is spooky.
Thank you, Sonia. Truly
Shit is
exciting
spooky.
and groundbreaking work. With a clear proof of concept that hip modifications protect allogeneic primary islet cells
Stop the drop,
from the
man.
host immune system without any immunosuppression.
They're stealing my shares, yo.
Congratulations on proving your hypothesis. Our next steps towards translating this cool and transformative science into a therapeutic that is accessible to the many patients with type 1 diabetes.
I got to set an order at 42?
Is developing
Come on, man.
SC451, which is
How you gonna do
readily
this?
available, off-the-shelf, allogeneic, immune-evading islet cell
Skrelly wins again.
from GMP
Yeah.
compliant.
That's what happened.
Potent stem cells, or PSCs, that can be manufactured at scale.
You ask what happened to IonQ?
and delivered
It's called Skrelly wins again.
as a one-time
That's what it's
therapy
fucking called.
without immunosuppression.
That's what happened.
This has not been easy. And there have been 4 major challenges to realizing our vision. First,
500
overcoming the
G's
immune
for
rejection
20 minutes because
without
Jensen got the
immunosuppression.
call.
We believe that this challenge has
Jensen,
now been solved, as you have
drowning in this short. Say something, do
Second
something.
is
Martin, I got
differentiating PSCs.
I'm going to
into
ignore
islet
my
cells
product launch
at
of the
a
5090
purity,
and do you a favor.
potency,
All right, bro.
and
Bye.
yield to enable clinical trial dosing. Many groups have done this successfully, and so has Sana. I'll show you this a little bit later. Thirdly, generating a gene-modified master cell bank, or MCB, from a GMP-compliant PSC line that is genetically stable and remains so after gene editing, as well as through the many divisions and
You know how much
differentiation
pain I
into
took in
islet
this
cells.
shit? You know how painful this
This
was?
is a hurdle that's increasingly being recognized by many and has been a challenge.
You know how
for
painful
us.
this was?
The
Losing
good news
millions?
is that after a very long, tough, and rigorous process,
You have any idea the
we
kinds of
now have a
conversations I had to
research cell
have?
bank line that
Friends,
meets the
family saying,
criteria
Skrelly, are
we
you
outlined.
okay? Just give up on this.
We're
You don't
working
need
to
this fight.
transition this line to an MCB or generate
Get
a
off
new
me!
one under GMP.
You have no idea what I've been through.
Lastly,
I'm seeing this train
manufacturing
through to
enough
the end.
product to treat the patients
Through
that
the
need it.
end.
The scale, as Steve already mentioned, may be
Either
quite
support
large.
me
As an example, if we want to treat around 1%
or you don't.
of the type 1 diabetes population,
My mom was there.
we'll need to
My
manufacture
mom said,
around
Martin,
100
she speaks Albanian only.
trillion hip-modified
Martin,
islet cells
you're my
annually.
son. You know I love you. I supported you through
I
prison.
want to show you some representative
I supported
research
you
data to show the
through many
scientific
things, but I cannot
feasibility
support
of
you through this.
SC451.
I said,
As shown on
Mom,
the left, we can hip
is that what's
modify
going to come
the
between us? Quantum
and
computing?
show that they're
Yes, my son.
immune-evasive in vitro. Can differentiate PSCs into islet cells
Yes,
at
my
a high
son.
purity. The dot plot shows a single-cell sequencing
I
analysis
said, fine, Mom.
highlighting
Then I don't have a mom.
RNA expression of such differentiated
Give me my
islet
cat
cells.
back.
And this one has approximately 60% beta cells.
Aggregated islets are
I never
biased
liked
or
your
shown
spaghetti
by the
anyway.
PTZ stain.
Take it back.
We have a process expected to yield
I'm just kidding. You know I love my
billions of
mommy.
cells from a
Wifey
single
supported
viral
me, but I
starting
could see in her
material,
eyes there was something
which gives a
different.
yield that should be
Something
sufficient
wrong.
for phase 1 studies. Our plan is to administer
It looks...
SC451 into muscle.
Okay, let me
Slide
get some
shows
trades
that
off. Let me
PSC
stop
derived
bullshitting.
islet cells readily engraft
Bullshitting too much
in
with you guys. Let me
immunodeficient
get some
mice
trades off here.
and become highly vascularized. Finally, the HIP-modified PSC-derived islet cells are potent and persist for more than a year in muscle. The first graph shows that the PSC-derived islet cells implanted into the thigh muscle of immunodeficient
That's
mice
me at 4450.
controls blood
Selling.
glucose levels in the diabetic
Shorting.
within 4 weeks.
That's okay. I got more at 4475. Go lift that offer if you can.
So far,
Fuck
which is
boys.
458 days, or more than 64 weeks. These human islet cells produce C-peptide that's easily detectable in the blood, and the production of glucose.
Order partially filled.
Lastly, the morphology of the engrafted islet cells remains normal through day 458, and immunohistochemistry shows that the islet cells contain C-peptide, are highly vascularized, and maintain high levels of CD47. I'm incredibly excited by SC451, which has the potential to cure type 1 diabetes without the need for immunosuppression. I believe we now have all of the pieces in place to move forward rapidly. With that, I'll turn it over to Gary Meininger, our Chief Medical Officer, for a few concluding comments.
Thank you, Double. I hope you all can see the tremendous potential of SC451. Transplanting cells without any immunosuppression is a significant discovery for the field of cellular therapy. Transplanting pancreatic islets into a person with type 1 diabetes without any immunosuppression, overcoming both the autoimmune and allogeneic rejection of these cells, and seeing the patient make his own insulin is truly transformative. I have devoted my career in clinical practice and industry to developing therapies for diabetes, including islet cell therapies, and have had the privilege of serving as the industry representative on the FDA advisory panel for drugs in the endocrinology and metabolism division, including diabetes. In addition, I am a person with type 1 diabetes and the father of a child with the disease.
Dang.
I know firsthand the disease's impact and the limitations of current therapy.
Damn, it keeps falling.
As you have heard from Double, we still have work to do to make our vision for patients with type 1 diabetes a reality. I know our team has the resilience to see it through. I have never been more optimistic.
Now I'm on the bid side, 4420.
No more insulin
I'll buy 1,000.
with normal blood glucoses and no immunosuppression is truly inevitable and within reach for us all. With that, I will turn it back to Jen, who will open the line up for questions.
Thank you. If you would like to ask a question, please press *1 on your telephone keypad now. You'll be placed into the queue in the order received. Please be prepared to ask your question when prompted, and please limit yourself to one question only. Once again, if you have a question, please press *1 on your phone now. And our first question today will come from Samantha Semenkow with Citi.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks very much for taking the question. And let me just say congratulations on the great data and the great results here that you presented. My question is, maybe you can just talk a little bit more about how translatable you anticipate this data to be. This is just the one patient, it's great data, but how does this translate to the overall general type 1 diabetes population? And then just secondly, are you able to discern the degree of durability you'd expect from a HIP-modified islet cell based on the data you generated to date? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sam, for the question. Maybe I'll start and turn it over to Sonia. I'll just say, one way to think about this is you ran millions of experiments. Every single cell should have been rejected and would have been rejected without immunosuppression. and you didn't have these hip edits. And the fact that this is visible at both the level that you can see on MRI and that you can see with detectable C-peptide in the blood, I think gives you a sense of the number of experiments that's been run. The second, in terms of the broad type 1 diabetes population, in everything we've seen to date, there is no reason to believe that these data are not generalizable to every single patient. We may learn something along the way. Biology has this tendency to teach us things, is particularly immunology, but this is a generalizable result for the broad population of patients. Sonia, you want to add to that and maybe talk a little bit? Go to the second question she had.
Thank you. Yes, this is a study with islet cells, but in the preclinical models, we studied the hypoimmune edits in so many more cell types. Some examples are endothelial cells,
I don't know.
smooth muscle cells,
Probably.
RPEs, induced
I sold it.
stem cells, and T cells.
I lost $100.
And we have seen that the edits work for all of those cell types. So they
I got bigger
don't
fish to
seem
fry.
be,
There are many companies that
only
have
working with
this,
certain cell types, as
but nobody
long as
with
all the cells
immunosuppression, no immunosuppression, so I don't know. Rigetti.
Next question, Jen.
Thank you. Our next question will come from Vikram Purohit with Morgan Stanley.
Vikram, we can't hear you. Jen, maybe we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Now we can hear you, yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. Sorry about that. So thanks for taking our questions. My first one was on the dose levels. You mentioned that this was a low initial dose. So I just wanted to ask, kind of based on these results, how are you contemplating stepping up the doses through the Uppsala study? And then secondly, could you just walk us through the steps that you need to take to progress from a research cell bank to a master cell bank? You spoke about that a little bit during the prepared remarks, but if you could provide a bit more color, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
I think I'll probably just take both of these. Really, Vikram, on in terms of in terms of the dose level, I'm sorry, I just forgot the question. I was thinking the answer.
How are you going to step up the doses?
Oh, are we going to do this again? Sorry. Maybe. I think maybe. The team's focus is on the stem cell derived product. We don't want to take away from something that any effort or focus or capital away from an effort to really bring forward the therapy that we think could treat hundreds of thousands or millions of patients with this disease. That being said, there are some things we could learn from a higher dose, and we may do it over the course of the next year or so. So hold tight, but don't make that your baseline expectation. I hope that's helpful. In terms of all the work that goes into master cell bank, as you can imagine, that's one of those very proprietary aspects of manufacturing that we're not anxious to get into the details around. As you know, we've spent several years getting this right. We think we've got it, and we don't see any need to share it. Next question, Jen.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Mark Fromm with TD Cowen.
Thanks for taking my questions and congrats on the data as well. Maybe just following up a little bit on the last question. Steve, can you, or Sonia maybe, can you maybe frame the cell dose that you have used here and kind of what you've learned about the amount of peptide that's able to produce versus, how much larger of a dose do you think you ultimately need to do, either within a transplant setting like this or ultimately with the iPSC to kind of get to those levels that truly are driving the cure, not just the proof of concept of avoiding the immune system?
Yeah, so Mark, Sonia's going to answer that question. As a place of background, though, our upper limit of dose was limited by regulators as a first-in-human study, so that was a limitation. And so over to you to kind of the calculation on relative.
Yeah. So to Steve's point, it is a safety trial. So we were limited, of course, with the dose. You saw it on the slide. The dose calculated, we have approximately 2 to 7% of the dose you would need to have to achieve insulin independence. In islet transplantation, that even means a few transplantations. You usually don't achieve that with one islet transplantation. So the dose refers to that. The C-peptide levels I showed you, they correlate to that really low dose we dosed. So they are in the range that what you would expect in that dose we dosed.
I think it's safe to say, Mark, that obviously
Yeah,
we have more to learn.
have Santa borrow now.
The dose looks to be comparable.
I was able to short 100 shares.
Others in the field for unedited cells. So we're gonna that's a good baseline assumption for you.
It is popping.
Next question, Jen.
Normies are starting to hear about it.
Next question will come from Salveen Richter with Goldman Sachs.
Hey everyone, this is Mark on for Salveen. Just also congrats on the data. Finally, we've been waiting for this. It's really exciting. It's good to see this positive data. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can, Mark. Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess my question was on the read-through from this cadaveric cell study to the stem cell-derived islet cell program. I know you guys kind of spoke to some of these read-throughs, but if you could kind of elaborate on that and also speak to any potential differences between the two and maybe where there is no read-through and maybe any additional questions beyond just the manufacturing scaling that may need to be answered to lend greater confidence to the SC451 program. Thanks.
Order partially filled.
I'll take the first part of that. Maybe Double, you could take the second. I think the read-through is super clear. And in fact, one of the beautiful parts about the stem cell-derived therapy is that we will start with a single cell. And what that means is that 100% of cells will have the desired gene edits. So this is actually a more complicated study immunologically than what we're going to do in the future, because we were putting in cells that didn't have the gene edits and that we knew the immune system would reject. And the immune system did reject them. You can see that in the data Sonia showed, and you still saw the HIP-modified cells evade immune detection. So when we go into stem cells, every single cell is going to be right. And I think that's going to make it actually better. Double, you want to talk a second?
I think you already answered it, but what's the second part?
The second part is anything besides manufacturing scale-up. And maybe just always, whenever you talk about manufacturing, there's reproducibility. It's not like purely potency, yield, reproducibility, right? Those are kind of your four tenements of manufacturing that we need to make sure that we nail.
Santa at 10? 7?
Again, as
Wow,
Donald said,
breaking
we
out.
kind of got all of those for the phase 1. We need to make sure we've got the master cell bank. But we have a big challenge in front of us to really meet.
Okay, the extra 100 shares came out of nowhere. Now I'm down $264 on Santa. I bought it, sold it down, apparently shorted it, and now covered it.
So far between what we're doing and what
Well,
others have, and also the primary islets. So I think
happy to pay that
straightforward
in
from
exchange
that
for
side. It is not a straightforward activity overall.
this amazing trade.
Next question, Jen.
Next
Okay, here
question
comes
will come
Ion
from
Q.
Emily Bodnar with H.C. Wainwright.
Coming up.
Hi, thanks for taking the questions, and I'll extend my congrats as well. I'm curious on the safety side, since you used a low dose, are you fairly confident, based on what you've seen so far, that as you kind of increase the dose fairly significantly, that the safety would be maintained? And then maybe just like how realistically you think when you might be able to bring UP451 into the clinic. Thank you.
So I think, Emily, what you meant was SC451, right? So SC451, because UP421 was, so SC451 is Sonacell 451. That's our program that we want to go forward, that we intend to go forward with. I think I've already proven that I'm not very good at making timelines around when our IND will happen. And so what we've said is that we'll let you know when we're 6 months out or so. And I think you can just take away that we're more than 6 months out right now. And I think anything more than that would be really inappropriate for us to kind of to guess it. So that's that one. Sonia, do you want to take the first question?
The safety side?
Yeah.
I mean, those hypoimmune edits themselves, we showed that in preclinical models, they appear to be safe, meaning they don't really increase or reflect a safety issue. We just published our hypoimmune mice, where you can see that the whole mouse is viable and doesn't show any safety issues in the lifespan. The dose was low, but it was designed to be a safety study first in human.
So Emily, there's a couple of things as you go up in dose. There are a couple of things to worry about. One, in the islet transplant field generally, some patients can get hypoglycemia or low blood glucose after dosing. And the second, I think anytime you have these hypoimmune cells, we're going to want to make sure that we haven't done something that's going to cause a problem in the patient. And so know that those are foci of our preclinical development plan, and I'm sure there will be things that we look at as we begin phase 1 studies as well. Jen, next question.
Thank you. Our next question will come from Tess Romero with JP Morgan.
Good afternoon, Steve and team. Look forward to seeing you all next week at our conference, and thanks for taking our questions. So a housekeeping question here from us was, when was this data cut? Just trying to get a little bit of a better sense of when we could see additional longer-term data from this patient. And can you prepare us for the size and scope of data you might want to present later this year? Thanks so much.
Yeah, Tess, I'm not sure what conference you're talking about. I don't know. Oh, you mean, yeah, just kidding. I think everybody knows that, yeah. What Sonia said was the patient was dosed in early December. I think that is a good gauge for you around, when you could get, next data sets. And clearly, I think we and others will be interested to see longer-term follow-up and more data. And expect us to present these data at a medical meeting, and we will also publish them with a lot more detail.
Appreciate it.
In a medical journal going forward.
Come to New York. You always have an office at Godel's headquarters.
Next question.
Thank you. That comes from Rennie Benjamin with Citizens JMP.
Hey, thanks for taking the questions and congratulations on this really incredible data. I guess, Steve, for us,
look at QSI, dude. QSI is getting
that
fucking
were
destroyed.
In this study, or was this the?
I wish I had more QSI.
And can you talk maybe a little bit about, kind of going off the previous question, about the follow-up for these patients? Is there a particular time point which, whether it's 4 months or 6 months or 12 months, that you kind of feel like, hey, these
my D wave's also getting hit.
Are kind of here to stay. The cells are here to stay. And are there any other maybe markers that you might be looking at, like A1C levels, that might just continue to bolster your confidence as you move forward?
Yeah. So on A1C, if you saw the patient's baseline was 10.6, and entered into a clinical study, the patient actually was very closely monitored by the team. And I think the A1C is going to be under a lot better control with or without our cells, right? And so that will complicate things for us going forward. So I think that's it. In terms of
cry,
timeline,
Becky, cry.
I'll tell you what Sonia told me the first time she described the study to me. She said at 2 weeks she was going to open a bottle of champagne, because there was no way in her mind that there was anything in immunology that would pop up after that time frame. I asked her to have a beer because I felt like 1 month was just a little bit longer, and gave us more confidence. And so I think from our perspective, the immunology question is answered. Now, as you know from transplant literature with immunosuppression, sometimes these cells burn out, and we put a low dose in here. That could happen in this case. We'll monitor for that and see that. But I think you can feel confident that the immunology question is answered, and feel confident that we'll also continue to monitor it. If it turns out to be something different, we'll let you know.
Got it. And was this the only patient that was?
Sorry, yeah.
Pay me.
Yeah, I missed that. Yes, it was the only patient dosed.
Simon,
there was one patient, as we disclosed previously, where we made product, and it didn't meet release criteria, so it was not dosed. So this is the only patient that has been dosed.
Yeah, I held the bag for you on Santa.
Question.
You got all 264 of my dollars. Is what it is, dogs. Is what it is. I think this will break out like the average retard.
Congrats on the great data.
That's why I bought it initially.
Just a quick one.
The average idiot's gonna run with this and say type 2 cured, and we're in a fucking bubble, man. You're in a bubble. What are you going to do with stuff like this? You gonna sell it? Hell no. I'm convincing myself to get back in.
Partially filled.
I don't think we expect any exhaustion during the manufacturing
Min again.
At all.
Let's run it.
Again, biology has a way of teaching you things, so we'll keep an
Drop
eye on
like
it.
crazy.
I think we'll have to monitor what happens in people.
I already got smoked.
These cells are producing insulin.
I got smoked the
for
first
hopefully
time.
many, many years.
Let's see if I get
think
smoked
it's
again.
a really important question.
We'll call that a
you're
stop
asking,
loss.
And one we'll need to answer.
Call that a
in
stop
humans.
loss.
In terms of
just a
how
stop
we'll store,
loss.
I mean, my assumption is this will be a cryopreserved product that will be stored and be available off the shelf for patients at a timeline that's convenient for them and for their physician.
My intention is to get paid.
W, you had something to add to that?
Yeah, the data we have so far, at least in animal models.
Let's go. Give me some shares, baby.
So far, we've had
Some
no
fucking shares.
exhaustion out over a year, and that's as long as we've tested so far. Yeah.
Order filled.
Jen, next question.
Order partially
I'm
filled.
buying 1,000 clips now.
Thank you. That comes from
I was buying 100 clips just for fun. Of course, it promptly goes fucking immediately down.
Thanks very much. And
This is a
certainly
game. This is a
I
joke.
appreciate the notion of beer versus champagne out to 28 days. Very elegant. But the
Order
question
partially
really,
filled.
I think, again,
I think we
is
get
about
7 or 8
usability.
right here.
And
Right here,
I
baby. Let's go.
wonder,
God
do
damn
you
it, who's selling me the
anticipate-
stock?
And I realize there has been some statements made, and certainly it's in the
Bagonomics.
or Sonia has published.
Bagonomics. I got a degree in
data
bagonomics.
that if you
Oh
inject
shit.
in the thigh
I didn't move
of
the
an
chart
animal,
over.
you
Ah,
get
we should
cells out
enforce.
to 400 plus odd days. That was repeated today. Question really is, what do you anticipate a cell number to be way out in the future? I'm not asking for a number. I'm saying you expect it to decline, and there's a nadir at which those cells exist, or could be forever. I don't know. But what
like
are you
clockwork.
anticipating today when you think about these in humans out beyond 28 days? Thanks.
Yeah, it's an important question, Tony. Of course, a lot of this is going to be learned going forward. And I think as you've seen in the cadaveric islet experience, these patients are often able to maintain themselves off insulin for over decades. I think from biology, it's been estimated that the typical beta cell has a half-life of about 4 years, right? And so there may be some time at which over time we see some decay, right? And without it, if we don't have the beta cell stem cell in the product, it may not regenerate. But we don't have any reason to believe that there'll be an immunology problem over time. And I think we're going to need to do long-term studies in people to really understand how long this lasts. I think based on what we've seen to date, the doses that you've seen utilized by others in the field, whether that's stem cell derived or cadaveric, and they've been essentially in the same ballpark, are the right ranges for what we're doing. And we'd expect them to live without immunosuppression for hopefully a long time.
And the vision is that we can redose.
Yeah. And maybe we redose every 20 years, every 10 years, every 5 years. If it's every 1 month, that's not going to be what we want, though, to be clear. We expect this to last a lot longer, right? Yeah. Next question, please.
These guys cured fucking
We
diabetes.
have a follow-up question from Mark Fromm with TD Cowen.
Hi guys, thanks for taking the second question. Just on manufacturing, it mentioned in the prepared remarks, trying to transition from the lab grade to GMP with the existing cell line, but there may be a need to kind of essentially start from scratch with it to make the GMP. Just what's the kind of big cut point there, and when do you think you'll have clarity on kind of which path you have to go down?
Yeah, I'll be clear. We're not saying starting from scratch. We have a dual track plan going forward. And again, we'll update you on timelines to R&D as we have them. But this is something that we have to get right. This is the starting product for a therapy that we hope will be able to treat a population of today 8.4 million people with a product that will stay in their body for life. We take that responsibility very seriously, and we're going to try everything in our power to do this one time and get it right for this population. So with that, I think we're going to wrap it up. I hope you share our excitement. This is a discovery in fundamental human biology with the potential to impact many, many diseases. We intend to press forward urgently. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Order filled.
I think retail will get involved in this stock, but I could be wrong. Usually when shit's up 500%, what's another 500%? You know what I mean?
Order partially filled. Order filled.
That's kind of over for Rigetti and Rigetti baggies, don't you think?
Order filled.
So should we buy some NVIDIA just to thank Jensen? Thank you. Thank you very much. Look at Rigetti. Wow. Bag holders, take profits before they're gone.
Order filled.
You was it clear?
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Regulators. Just hit the east side on the LBC. I'm on a mission trying to find RGT. If you're short like I short, then you're high like every day. You say self-important? You're talking about me? The fuck? You trying to talk shit about me on my own channel? Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? You must be a bag holder. You must be a fucking bag holder talking to me like that. Oh shit, Santa. Oh. I got 8,000 shares so far at 640. Breaking 6 does not look good. Well, how am I gonna bag hold this thing like every which way? Long, short, long again, baggy, short it, baggy, long, baggy. What the fuck? Can I win one?
Order filled.
Let me win once. He went long, plunge it. He went short, rip it.
Order filled.
I think so too, Darren. I just would rather have a average close to the current trading price. It's all right. I got room to keep buying. I think there are people short this too. I mean, they're not going to be short it tomorrow.
Filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Wait, I can ask around if there's somebody shorted. Type 1 diabetes, type 1 diabetes. Ow! Oh, thanks, Will. I thought you were shitting on me. Yo, you were talking about Steve Haar. I like Steve. Steve's a nice guy. Steve was always a nice. He was on what? He was on the sell side. Then he went straight to the corporate side. He did. I think he did Kite. He was at Kite, which was another cell therapy company. So I think the Santa thing was like pretty wild ride. So I'm glad it's got some legs. Who's ready for NBA? I hit the Magic last night. Magic beat the Knicks. Bum-ass Knicks. No, I'm not quite positive P&L yet. But this helps. I don't know what it's going to look like at the Open. I'm just going to short a little bit here right now because I covered some earlier. Get back up here. Just trade it in and out. Book a little profits.
Order filled.
Well, somebody came in here and said it. It either happened or it didn't. Can somebody track this down for me, please? Where are my analysts at? Where's Big Z? The fuck? Should be at the conference figuring this shit out. Well, if the guy didn't really actually fucking say it, that's another story. Big Q, help me out here. Fucking Big Z. Well, Yahoo Finance is not the only place it could be. Pablo, you found it? Okay, Mustafa has something. Z and Diddy. King Von. You can post the link, just change the, remove the colon and the // I'll figure out the rest. Or email it to me, martin@dl.software. Yeah, I'm still gonna write it. Is it true that they rely somewhat on classical effects? Come on, who can get me the story? I'll give you $500. I do this for the Godel customers. Are you sure?
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I don't know. Anybody have the answer? Pay you $1,000 if you can find the article. One G. Just send it to me or paste it in the chat. Send it to my email. Martin@dl.software. Send it to my email. Matt saw it. What do you see, Matt? I don't see anything in my email box yet, but I'm sure it'll... Ah, I see it. Okay, he said it. But when? Please. Looks like he said it today, no? Are we sure he said this today? CES Financial Analyst Q&A. Thank you, Zach. Yeah, Santa is a small study, but it's not every day you cure type 1.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm trading around it. Just a little autism. Don't get too crazy. It's no big deal. I haven't written the Substack yet. This guy writes Scully about the print. You guys, I gotta go. I made a mess. I'm finna bust. Okay, we played it a little early.
Ain't this what they've been waiting for? You ready?
Playing the piano for me.
I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that, to shine like this. In a matter of time I spent on some locked up shit in the back of the paddy wagon, cuffs locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Got shorty, she tryna bless me like I said I chew. Like a nigga sneeze, nigga please for them trick and squeeze, I'm getting cream. Never let them hoes get in between of what we started. Little nigga, but I'm lying hearted. They love me when I was stuck and they hated when I departed. I go and get it regardless. Draw it like I'm an artist, no crawling. Went straight to walking with foreigns in my garages are foreign bitches menaging. Fucking sucking and swallowing anything for $1. They tell me get him, I got him. I did it without an album. I did shit with Mariah. Little nigga, I'm on fire. Icy as a hockey ring, Philly nigga, I'm flyer. When I bought the Rolls Royce, they thought it was lease. Then I bought that new Ferrari, hater, rest in peace. Hater, rest in peace to the parking lot. Phantom so big, can't even fit in the parking spot. You ain't talking about my niggas, then what you talking about? Gangsters move in silence, nigga, and I don't talk a lot. I don't say a word. I don't say a word, was on my grind and now I got what I deserve. Fuck nigga. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I bought the ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was rented? Flexing on these niggas, I'm like Popeye on the spinach. Double M, yeah, that's my team. Rose, the captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type of can the men cash, then grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new bitch, she'll ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hands strapped on my toast, cause these niggas want me dead, and I gotta make it back home, cause my mama need that bill money, my son needs some milk. These niggas try to take my life, they fuck around, get killed. You fuck around, you fuck around, you fuck around, get smoked, cause these Philly niggas I pull with me don't fuck around, no joke. No, all I know is murder.
I would now like
Millions
to
of
turn the call
chickens.
over to your host, Nikki Keith. You may begin.
Millions of chickens. Quack, quack, quack.
You got to make up your mind if you're going to trust in God or you're going to trust in cash money. You're going to trust in God or you're going to trust in the gold chain. You're going to trust in God or you're going to make up your mind to trust in those things that one day will perish. So therefore, brothers and sisters, you got to make up in your mind, are you going to trust God? Are you going to trust in cash money? Because you cannot go to war against God. Chasing the cash money. Brothers, sometimes your idols become your Lord.
I used to see niggas on TV, man. I used to be like, yo, them niggas so blessed, you know what I'm saying? If I had that opportunity, you know what I'm saying?
Maybach music.
I grew up on that cash money. Bling bling was well known to flash money. Hit the liquor store after my Vic Authority. Quick to switch a bitch up, pick up me a thicker shorty. Pistol on me, nigga, ain't no picking on me. We veterans, so it's better if you go get your army. A thug holiday is where your body lay. Me and Trick Daddy come from a common place. So us getting money, that's just a conversation. It's so hard staying rich amidst the confrontations. Cigars in the Oval Office, Ronald Reagan. Hug Barack Obama, whisper, Assalamu alaikum. Live for the moment, die for the streets. Bible on the dash, kilos on the seat. I used to see you niggas on my TV screen and wonder what was life like, was it all a dream? And then I met you out on Live Nation Day.
Just a quick update on my cats. We got Trashy Cat. She's big, she's hiding. We got Nibbles Cat. Nibby's is a little smaller and she's less afraid. But Trashy's not really afraid of anything. She's more just trying to do her own thing. She's tired. She's old. She doesn't have time for the bullshit. So she likes to sleep in a closet, and the closet has little shelves. And these shelves are small. So she burrows into the shell like this. And she sleeps parallel to the shell opening. I open the closet door. I'm looking for her all over. She doesn't make a sound. She's like this. I'm looking, where is she? I go to the other room. Look around. Where is she? Huh. I finally see she's in the shelf. What the? And she's runs out. She is a hide and seek champion. You know, I'm gonna give her some treats. Why not? She's a nice little baby. Now, Nibbles is the baby. Nibbles is 2 years old in a few weeks, and she looks up to Trashy like this, in awe. She's scared of her, but she's also loves her. She wants to be just like her big sister.
Came to the realization that your watch was fake. Damn, you nearly broke my heart. I really thought you niggas really owned them cars. I used to look up to you, nigga. Hard to point a finger when you live a life of sin. I'ma bring my niggas with me if I lose a win. Bought a fleet of cars, let the bitches tag along. This little thing of ours, not the ones that tag along. On to the cold, met ball parties with Vogue. Still blowing thick smoke while you powder your nose. Such a head rush until the day the feds rush. That's when you niggas wish you put your bread up. Lease whips, bad blood, that shit'll sink ships. Fast money coming slow, you better think quick. Rap game, so much fuck shit done. That's why this 45 in my truck fit trunks. Fuck a skateboard, I went in.
All right.
Let's see what this is all about.
Great, thanks. Mark Lapatsis, Evercore ISI. Thanks a lot for hosting the meeting.
Thank
Really
you, Mark.
appreciate it.
God bless you, Mark.
Jensen, you guys have made some announcements on quantum computing. Can you share with us your view on, how this technology develops over time, what your strategy is, and longer term, pick the time frame, 5, 10, 15 years. What is the difference between what quantum computing will be doing versus the accelerating computing platforms that you have? Thank you.
Sure. Quantum computing can't solve every problem. It's good at small data, big combinatorial computing problems. It's not good at large data problems. It's good at small data problems. And the reason for that is because the way you communicate with a quantum computer is microwaves. And it's, terabytes of data is not a thing for them. And so just working backwards, there are some very, very interesting problems that you could use quantum computers for. Truly generating a random number, cryptography. So these are problems that are small data, big compute. Working backwards, we're a computing company. We're an accelerated computing company. And as you know, we work with CPUs. We obviously build Grace. We're not offended by anything around us. And we just want to build computers that can solve problems that normal computers can't. And so in the case of quantum computing, it turns out that you need a classical computer to do error correction with the quantum computer. And that classical computer better be the fastest computer that humanity can build. And that happens to be us. And so we are the perfect company to be the classical part of classical quantum. And so we working with, just about every quantum computing company in the world is working with us now. And they're working with us in two ways. One, this quantum classical, we call it CUDA-Q. So we're extending CUDA to quantum. And they use us for simulating the algorithms, simulating the architecture, creating the architecture itself, and developing algorithms that we can use someday. And when is that someday? We're probably somewhere between, in terms of the number of qubits, order of 5 orders of magnitude or 6 orders of magnitude away. And so if you kind of said 15.
Just to be clear, he says we need 1 million times more qubits than we have now. So IonQ doing 100 qubits, 5 orders of magnitude, 6 orders of magnitude, that means 6 more zeros. So we got 100 qubits now. We need 100 million qubits. We might get that Christmas Eve, I would say. Christmas Eve 2053.
15 years for very useful quantum computers. That would probably be on the creating the architecture itself and developing algorithms that we can use someday. And when is that someday? We're probably somewhere between, in terms of the number of qubits, order of 5 orders of magnitude or 6 orders of magnitude away. And so if you kind of said 15 years for very useful quantum computers, that would probably be on the early side. If you said 30 is probably on the late side, but if you picked 20, I think a whole bunch of us would believe it. But what we're interested in is we want to help the industry get there as fast as possible, and to create the computer of the future, and we'll be a very significant part of it.
Thanks, Jensen. I'm going to add my thanks for hosting this wonderful event between last night.
Yeah, it's Jover. It's not over, it's Jover. there's a great company. You could buy Santa instead to cure type 1 diabetes. What are you waiting for? Why own quantum? That's 20 years away. You heard Jensen? You heard him? He said 20 years. 20 years. Santa just did this shit today. Type 1 diabetes. That's the kind you're born with. That's a big market.
Order partially filled.
I'm buying it right now. Oh, you got to free up some capital to buy Santa? Oh, I hate when that happens. You know what you can do? You can wire transfer some money in. Oh, you know what? Don't do that. Don't do that. Hold on. What you can do is sell all the other stocks in your portfolio and buy SANA. They just cured type 1 diabetes, bruh. You don't need quantum computing. It's all mumbo jumbo. Buy the Santa. That's better. Type 1 diabetes, not type 2. Type 2 is Ozempic and exercise. You might want to sell a little Rigetti, sell a little NVIDIA, sell a little DJT. Just not to pick some stocks at random, but, just sell whatever's in your portfolio. And go ahead and buy the new type 1 diabetes cure. It's a big deal. Here's our chart, by the way. You know how hard, how much pain I had to go through? I used to pray for times like this. My whole family was going to do an intervention. Martin, you've really lost it this time. Quantum is the future. You're just a hater. Even the cat looked at me like, give me my food, stupid. That's what I do. What I do. Really? Then I see my brother in the corner. He's got a whole Rigetti t-shirt. Where'd you get that? He just looks away in disgust.
Order partially filled.
All
Order partially filled.
All my coworkers sitting there writing quantum code. So what happened? What are you doing? We're supposed to make Godel.
Order partially filled.
Godel is a financial information terminal.
Order filled.
That's what our investors invested in. And the programmers are like, I don't care. I'm going to write this QuizKit code. It's the future, Martin. Felt like all the walls were collapsing in. Rigetti. The guy's name's Chad Rigetti. He quit. Chad would be a billionaire right now if quantum wasn't BS and he didn't quit. Or get fired or whatever. Yeah, look, Santa... There's many companies on one hand that have this type 1 diabetes technology. On the other hand, this is probably going to be on Good Morning America tomorrow, where everyone's going to say, wow, they cured type 1 diabetes, and we're in this crazy bull market where Fartcoin is worth $1 billion. You're telling me this company has a cure for type 1 diabetes and it's worth as much as Fartcoin? Oh, that's a good tweet. That's a good tweet. That's a good tweet. I'm not saying you should buy Santa necessarily, but this company cured type 1 diabetes in someone, and you are buying Fartcoin like an epic retard, Hall of Fame nominee, first ballot. First ballot inductee.
This is Jensen taking a baseball bat to a dilution refrigerator. That's awesome.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Holy shit, IonQ 4419. What the hell? What in tarnation? What is this? Why is it going down like that? I bought the quinine. I heard them varmints in superposition. I ran over this raccoon. He ain't no superposition. We observed his state. He was dead. We grilled that little fucker up. Made a little raccoon sandwich. A little squirrel roadkill. I don't need Schrodinger's cat. I got Schrodinger's raccoon. Anyway, I'm long this IonQ. I read it on the Wall Street Bets. They said it's the next NVIDIA, and then the NVIDIA guy said it's not the next NVIDIA. And I guess he would know. He would know if it was the next NVIDIA because he made NVIDIA. And they damn asked him if it was the next NVIDIA. And he said 30 years from now we're going to be talking about it. I don't got 30 years. There you go, Jaron. I like that. I'm with you. Bezos invested big time into some startup, drug startup. He put $1 billion in it. Some anti-aging. I generally think anti-aging is kind of BS, but oh, my knee is doing terrible. I need to not sit in a chair all day. No, I don't have any investments from Bezos or Zuckerberg. Not that I know of, at least. I know Bezos is investing in a lot of startups. I don't think Zuck is. I think Zuck invests in some venture capital firms, and those guys invest in some startups. So he's a limited partner. All right. Well, I want to stay here forever, but I got to take a little rest. Do you guys mind if I go take a little rest? Yeah, Bezos was early on everything. All right. Well, trading ends in 2 hours anyway, so we'll see how quantum goes tomorrow. I'll be up bright and early to see how these fireworks go off. But I'll still be trading for the next few hours. But I'll be on Godel. So sign up for Godel, godelterminal.com. You could just ping me on there if you want, and I'm happy to, when I have time, do work for you on any stock you want. But right now I'm knee deep in this quantum shit. So, all right, guys, see you later.